Chapter 168. The next day, Lin Muyu woke up early in the morning. She was wearing the armor of a gold star training partner from the Holy Sanctum, which was also embedded with a buoyancy gem. The biggest difference between this outfit and her previous one was the dark blue underwear underneath the armor. This was the uniform of the high-ranking generals of the Empire. The dark blue fabric was very hard, and there were 2 military insignia embedded on the collar. Behind the golden purple flower was a golden 6-pointed star, representing the rank of a chiliarch. Feng Jixing's military insignia was a golden purple flower with 3 golden 6-pointed stars behind it. Just like the strict ranking system, chiliarchs had 1 star, captaincy had 2 stars, and commanders had 3 stars. As for the imperial marshal, no one knew. Along the way, maids walked hand in hand, some with tears on their faces. When Lin Muyu, who was wearing the Holy Sanctum's battle robe, rode his horse slowly past, one of the maids recognized him and called out softly, "Are you Lord Lin Yan, game envoy?" Lin Muyu turned around with a warm smile on her face. "Lin Yan is not my real identity. I am Lin Muyu from the Holy Sanctum of the Empire, the commander of the Eagle Nest Battalion of the Imperial Guards. I came to the headquarters of the House of Chivalry just to get rid of it." The maid was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Thank you, Lord Lin Muyu. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would still be living in humiliation for the rest of our lives." "You're welcome. This is what a soldier of the Empire should do." Lin Muyu cupped his fists and rode away. Chu Huaying grabbed the reins and followed her. He smiled and said, "I'm afraid not every soldier of the Empire is like you think." Lin Muyu grinned. "I know. Ha." In the afternoon, they arrived at Lanyan City. Wei Chou led the people of Eagle Nest Camp up the mountain and returned to the camp, while Lin Muyu entered Lanyan City alone. When she arrived at the Mercenary Union, it was already afternoon. The place had almost become a tavern. Many warriors reeking of alcohol were waiting here to accept tasks, and many customers came and went with solemn faces. When Lin Muyu appeared in the Holy Temple's battle robe, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. A staff member with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks walked over and smiled, "My lady, may I know what mission you have come to our mercenary union for? Escort, or murder and plunder?" Lin Muyu said lightly, "I won't kill anyone. I just want to ask, is there anyone from the Longdan Army Camp mercenary group here?" "Oh. Yes. Ha, idiots from the Longdan Army Camp, come here, someone is looking for you." At this time, a bearded man in the corner put down the wine pot, grabbed the battle axe on the table, and said with a smile, "Who is looking for Grandpa? Let me see." He wore a mercenary emblem on his chest, which was the emblem of the Longdan Army Camp. It was the emblem that Luo Yu had redesigned and changed. It was a dragon-shaped design with the 3 Chinese characters of the Longdan Army Camp at the back. Note, please don't ask me why they use Chinese characters. My explanation is that the Chinese culture is broad and profound, and its domineering aura penetrated the plane and taught this group of mortals from the Shattered Cauldron realm. The burly man was obviously drunk. He swayed in front of Lin Muyu with his battle axe, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Who are you, and why are you looking for me?" Lin Muyu couldn't help but feel a little speechless. She asked, "Are you from the Longdan Army Camp? If you are, bring me to see your deputy commander, Luo Yu." "Humph, you want to see Lord Luo Yu? Why don't you ask me about this axe first?" The drunkard's vision was blurry. How could he tell that Lin Muyu was wearing the armor of a high-ranking general of the Empire? He swung the axe at her head. Lin Muyu was stunned. What kind of person was this? However, this burly man's vital energy was very thick, and he seemed to be at the first level of the Earth realm. He had the strength, but his luck was a little lacking. No, strictly speaking, his alcohol tolerance was a little lacking. This was a wine dregs. A large group of people surrounded them to watch the fight, and all of them had their eyes wide open. Lin Muyu was furious, and she turned around and took 2 steps back. She opened her palm lightly, and battle energy surrounded every finger. With a "pa" sound, she grabbed the edge of the battle axe and pulled it back. Even though she couldn't compare to this burly man in terms of height and weight, she was much stronger. She directly pulled the burly man and the axe over, and with a sudden lift of her battle knee, she lightly struck the burly man's abdomen with a "pa" sound. Ah! The burly man immediately hugged his abdomen and knelt down, vomiting almost all the wine he had drunk. He had sobered up a lot, and when he looked up, he saw Lin Muyu in the armor of the Holy Temple. He immediately understood something, and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, It's Lord Lin Muyu. This is embarrassing. Bring me to see Lord Luoyu, yes. Yes. The two of them hurried out of the door, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded spectators. Many of them still hadn't recovered from the shock. After a while, a mercenary with a sword finally said with a trembling voice, "That kid seems to be a Heaven Realm expert. I saw battle energy." Heaven Realm. Heavens, Heaven Realm. The group of people looked as if they had seen a ghost. After leaving Lanyan City, they found a dilapidated house in the forest outside the city. The burly man said respectfully, "Commander, this house has been abandoned for a long time, and people rarely come here, so Lord Luoyu set up this place as a temporary camp for the Longdan army camp." "How many people have we recruited?" Lin Muyu asked while riding on her warhorse. The burly man walked, carrying his battle axe, and grinned. "There should be around 60 people now, right? These days. Although there are many warriors in Lanyan City, many of them are boorish people who have not even stepped into the human realm. It's a little difficult to find experts above the human realm. In less than half a month, Lord Luoyu has already found more than 50 people. It's really not easy." Lin Muyu nodded. In fact, to put it in another way, the reason why they could recruit so many people was because of money. She did not give the 100,000 Jingrin coins for nothing. Outside the dilapidated house, a flag fluttered in the wind. It was a very simple flag, and the words, "Longdan Army Camp," were written on it. There was no one patrolling outside at all. When Lin Muyu stepped into the house, she saw a large group of people scattered in the yard. Some were smoking, some were drinking, and some were playing dice and gambling by the millstone. Looking at this group of people, the younger ones were 17 or 18 years old, and the older ones were in their 40s. Some were shirtless, some were only wearing underpants, and there were two people who had taken off their shirts and were comparing whose chest muscles trembled more frequently. Their faces were flushed, and they looked like they were unwilling to admit defeat. Lin Muyu was a little flustered when she saw this. She came from the modern era and had seen breast-shaking dance, but it was definitely not a dance performed by men. At this moment, looking at this yard full of JP, she was incomparably ecstatic. "Someone's here." A mercenary jumped up from a tree and said, "Look, a high-ranking officer of the Empire has arrived. He's definitely here to raid us. Brothers, get ready to attack." In an instant, a group of ferocious mercenaries surrounded Lin Muyu. Lin Muyu was still riding on her warhorse. She looked at the group with a smile and said, "What do you want? Do you want to rob me or kill me?" A skinny man holding a spear shook his weapon, and the tip of the spear was enshrouded with true energy. He smiled and said, "We won't rob you or kill you. We just want to ask how many Jingrin coins you have on you. We brothers are short on money to buy some wine these days. Isn't this a robbery?" "Bah, I said it's not a robbery, so it's not a robbery." Idiot, these people's intelligence was worrying. Lin Muyu couldn't help but be worried. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Luoyu, come out and see me." Creak, the door to the room in front of them opened. Luoyu walked out with a face full of fatigue and said with a smile, "Ah. Captain is back. Ha, this is great. Why are you pointing your weapons at him?" "He's Captain Lin Muyu." The group of mercenaries was dumbfounded. One of them said in a low voice, "This brat looks like a pretty boy. He's definitely a trash kept by those fat ladies in Yanlan City. What right does this kind of person have to be our boss?" "Oh, are you guys choosing a boss?" Lin Muyu laughed and got off her horse. She didn't even take out her weapon. She looked at the group of people around her and said, "You idiots dare to be so arrogant? Come, come, come. Come at me together. Don't say that I'm bullying you." Luo Yu was stunned. "My lady, it's okay. I know what I'm doing." Lin Muyu smiled and said. In fact, she knew very well that although these mercenaries looked ugly, they were at least in the human realm. Some of them had even stepped into the earth realm. These people were the strongest in the village and they were all very arrogant. If she didn't show them her skills, she might not be able to be the captain of the Longdan army camp. Buzz! The gourd rose up and Lin Muyu raised her fist. Instantly, a dense battle energy surrounded the area. Heavens, he's a heaven realm expert, just like Lady Luo Yu. Yes, that's battle energy. So what if he's in the heaven realm? We have more people. If he wants to be our boss, let's see if he has the ability to do so. As they spoke, the group of people surged forward. One of them, who was in the second heaven of the earth realm, roared and punched at Lin Muyu's chest like a dragon coming out of the sea. This punch was very powerful and could not be underestimated. However, Lin Muyu only dodged to the side and raised her hand to punch the man's abdomen. With a bang, the man took a few steps back and knelt on the ground holding his stomach, unable to get up. The chaotic attacks landed on the walls of the gourd, but they were all blocked by the mystic tortoise shell and the dragon scale wall. On the other hand, Lin Muyu raised both her fists and directly used the fiery soul fist that she learned from Zhang Wei. Her fists danced, sending the mercenaries flying back one by one. Just when the group of mercenaries was the most tightly encircled, Lin Muyu raised one of her arms. Waves of demonic energy surrounded her arm, and she suddenly punched the ground. Two luminaries' demonic dance. Bang! The 7 luminaries' Xian energy, which was only 30% of its strength, surged and turned into a shockwave. The strong impact sent the group of people flying. In the blink of an eye, a large number of people fell, leaving only Lin Muyu standing proudly in the center. How is it? Do I deserve to be the commander of the Longdan army camp? He asked with a smile. The group of mercenaries cupped their fists and said, "Commander is mighty." "Commander is awesome." Lin Muyu raised her eyebrows and said, "Let me ask all of you a question." "Commander, please say it." "You're the strongest, so you have the final say." Lin Muyu pondered and asked, "Do you want to be a hero or a coward?" Everyone was stunned. After a few seconds, they said, "Commander, we want to be heroes." Lin Muyu shook her head and smiled faintly. "But now, all of you look like cowards." Chapter 169. Leader, we. The group of Longdan army camp mercenaries were stunned. They didn't know what Lin Muyu was planning. They couldn't figure out what their leader was thinking. Lin Muyu's battle energy rose up and strengthened the walls of the gourd. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Only a coward would beg for mercy. The Longdan army camp is called the Longdan army camp because we have guts. If you are not cowards, then think of a way to defeat me. Otherwise, how can you be worthy of being the mercenaries of my Longdan army camp? Hey, come on." In an instant, he angered these people. One by one, the mercenaries took out their weapons and looked like they were going to risk their lives. Luo Yu stood at the side and was stunned. In the next moment, the battle continued. A large group of mercenaries waved all kinds of weapons and slashed at Lin Muyu. They also used all kinds of secret skills, evil dog snatching **T. Umbrella dragon in the sky. Lion steals peach. Deadly chain lightning kick. All kinds of attacks landed on the walls of the gourd. What followed was Lin Muyu's counterattack. He punched them one by one and beat them until their faces were swollen. These mercenaries seemed to have become wild and rushed forward with their faces covered in blood. Under this situation, Lin Muyu's battle energy was running out. In the face of so many Heaven Realm and Earth Realm experts, he only relied on the second star to intimidate them. If so many people fought with their lives at the beginning, Lin Muyu's battle energy would be depleted even faster. Very quickly, holes began to appear on the walls of the gourd. Large machetes, Buddhist staffs, and other weapons began to smash the mystic tortoise shell's flame barrier into pieces. Furthermore, more than half of the people in this group possessed martial souls. Attacks with martial souls were even more deadly. Although Lin Muyu managed to send 7 or 8 people flying with more than 10 punches, he was already having a hard time dealing with the encirclement. It was fortunate that his martial soul, the gourd, was focused on defense. If it was Feng Jixing or Chu Huayin, who had martial souls that focused on offense, they would not be able to withstand the attacks without killing or severely injuring their opponents. Pa pa pa, a streak of lightning spread out from Lin Muyu's palm. Kang! She pulled out the burning prairie sword from the horse's back. Using lightning to control the sword, the burning prairie sword swept in all directions, shaking away the weapons of the group. Lin Muyu let out a low shout and used wind to control the sword. Suddenly, a gale swept in all directions, blowing everyone back. All right. Lin Muyu stood where he was, and the burning prairie sword appeared above his shoulder, flashing with lightning. He smiled and said, "You guys really didn't disappoint me. It's already not bad to be able to do this." At this time, the mercenaries lying on the ground got up one by one. One of the strong men whose nose was bleeding wiped the blood from his nose and asked, "Leader, are you that Lin Muyu who recently saved the emperor and the capital's #1 beauty, Her Highness Yin, from Deer Song Garden?" "Yes." "Ah, you've seen Her Highness Yin. What does she look like?" Everyone's eyes widened. Damn it, Lin Muyu was a little speechless and said, "You guys shouldn't be paying attention to Her Highness Ying, right? Besides, what does Her Highness Ying's appearance have to do with you guys? Train well and establish the Longdan Army Camp as the #1 mercenary group in Lanyan City. This is our first step." Luo Yu's heart was already filled with a million what the F***CK's horses were galloping. He didn't think that Lin Muyu's training method was so strange. The greeting gift was to beat up his subordinates first. He cupped his fists and smiled, giving Lin Muyu an imperial military salute and said, "Leader is wise." Everyone followed suit and saluted. This kind of military salute made Lin Muyu feel very comfortable. This way, the mercenaries in the Longdan army camp didn't look like a bunch of mobs anymore, although, their appearance and expressions didn't look like good people. Luo Yu held the name list and said, "Leader, we've already recruited 62 mercenaries. In addition, in less than 2 hours, there will be another group of people coming to join us. There are more than 30 people in total. They are a group of wandering mercenaries from Seven Seas City." "Wandering mercenaries?" Lin Muyu asked with a frown. Luo Yu couldn't help but smile and cupped his fists. "Don't worry, leader. Although the hands of these wandering mercenaries are stained with blood, it's the blood of unforgivable criminals. They haven't killed innocent people." "Yes, that's good. Get ready. Once this group of people arrives, we'll immediately set off for the new camp." "Oh. Our warhorses haven't arrived yet. They'll only arrive around dusk." "Then wait until dusk." "Yes." Not long after noon, a large group of people arrived at the dilapidated house. They were indeed all mercenaries from Seven Seas City. They all had tired expressions on their faces. The leader was an old friend of Luo Yu's, which was why he came to join them. There were 39 people in total. Now, the Longdan army camp finally had more than 100 people. A little later, a group of horse dealers drove the warhorses over. There were more than 150 warhorses in total. It was said that they were all high-quality warhorses from the northern desert. They were fast and had good endurance. Each warhorse was sold for 100 gold coins. In one go, the Longdan army camp had 15,000 gold coins. After that, they also had to make the special armor and clothing for the Longdan army camp. This was also an expense. Including weapons, rations, etc., building an army was simply a battle of money. Fortunately, Lin Muyu was not short of money. His crafting skills were almost enough to make him one of the richest people in the world. Arriving at the headquarters of the Hall of Chivalry in the middle of the night, a group of mercenaries from the Longdan army camp looked at everything with bright eyes. The Imperial Guard who was guarding the door recognized Lin Muyu. He smiled politely and said, "General Lin Muyu, our commander asked us to wait here for the handover. Is this your Longdan army camp?" "Ha, it looks pretty good." His smile was a little weird. Immediately, a warrior from the Longdan army camp rushed out with a long spear in hand. He pointed the spear and said, "What do you mean by being weird? If you have the guts, come out and fight 300 rounds with me." Lin Muyu immediately raised his voice and said, "Shut up and return to the team." "Yes, Regiment Commander," he returned with his tail between his legs. This was the result of Lin Muyu beating them up as soon as she arrived. This bunch of motley crew had to first erase their arrogance, or else they would never be able to become true soldiers. Lin Muyu cupped her hands and said with a smile, "Yes, it's them. Thank you, General. I will personally thank General Feng later. Then we will go up the mountain. Thank you very much. From now on, this mountain will be guarded by our Longdan army camp." "Okay, then we will go back. Thank you." Nearly 500 Imperial cavalrymen went down the mountain in a mighty manner. The group of hooligans in the Longdan army camp was stunned. Lin Muyu saw this and laughed in her heart. After a while, she said, "Don't envy them. One day, you will be like them. Perhaps, your combat power will be stronger than theirs." "Yes, Regiment Commander," the group of mercenaries in the Longdan army camp cupped their fists. At this moment, they looked at Lin Muyu with not only respect but also admiration. This was the mentality of ordinary people. Who would be willing to be a hooligan in the eyes of others? If it was possible, everyone would choose to wear the bright armor of the empire and serve the country. They would be loved by the people and become a soldier who protected the country and its honor. Luo Yu had been watching Lin Muyu's every word and action and seemed to be influenced by her. The group of people went up the mountain. The houses had already been prepared. At least, it was enough for the group of people in front of them to live in. The flag of the Longdan army camp was instantly placed on the main altar, fluttering in the night wind. "This mountain doesn't have a name yet," Lin Muyu said. Luo Yu smiled slightly. "This mountain is rugged, with a lone peak that pierces the clouds like the head of a real dragon. Why don't we call it Dragon Rocky Mountain? What do you think, sir?" "Dragon Rocky Mountain. Dragon Rocky Mountain." Lin Muyu repeated twice. She remembered that Long Yan was originally Jin Zun from the Hall of Chivalry. His entire life was probably to pursue fame and fortune, but he was killed by Jiang Fenglai in the end. However, the name Dragon Rocky Mountain was not bad. She would treat it as a memorial to this unknown traveler. She smiled and said, "Yes, send someone to invite the craftsman over tomorrow and carve the words Dragon Rocky Mountain on the rock wall. This mountain will be the encampment of our Longdan army camp in the future." "Yes, sir." "Oh yes, continue to send people around Lanyan City to search for cultivators with good character to join the Longdan army camp. After they enter the Longdan army camp, give them a monthly salary so that they have something to rely on. In addition, maintain a high intensity of training every day so that everyone knows how to ride horses, shoot arrows, use swords, and so on." "Yes, the training will be settled. Sir, you don't have to worry." "Oh yes, sir, do we need to accept those employment missions from the Mercenary Guild?" "No, you don't have to." Lin Muyu's eyes shone as she said, "You can send people to the nearby villages to accept the missions entrusted by the villagers. If they have needs, we will try our best to satisfy them, especially those wandering mercenaries who are disturbing the surrounding villagers. Think of a way to eliminate them one by one. In this area of Dragon Rocky Mountain, only our Longdan army camp can exist. The rest of the motley crew will be wiped out." Luo Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Sir, do we really have that kind of strength? As far as I know, there are still a few wandering mercenary groups near Dragon Rocky Mountain. It is said that the largest group has at least 2,000 people gathered. They are all bandits and bandits. These people are not to be trifled with. Sir, are we really going to make them our enemy? Of course we can. The corner of Lin Muyu's mouth curled up. She said each word firmly. Every time we eliminate a wandering mercenary group, we will choose those with a conscience and decent strength among the captives to join us. After training, we will continue to expand our scale. Also, Luo Yu, you have to pay special attention to one thing. What is it, sir? Military law must be strict. Orders must be followed. If anyone in the Longdan army camp disturbs the people and the situation is serious, they will be killed without mercy. Yes, don't worry, sir. I will remember. Okay, that's good. I will make a trip back to the imperial capital. I will leave this place to you temporarily. Let me know when the funds are used up. Yes, sir. Chapter 170. In the afternoon, the winter sun shone lazily on Lanyan City. Under the mottled shadows of the trees, Lin Muyu slowly rode his horse into the city. He could even enter the imperial capital without being checked just by relying on his divine temple armor and the insignia on his neck. He let the warhorse gallop freely on Tongtian Street. He took out the netherworld stone ring from his chest pocket and put it on his thumb. However, he found that the feeling of the sword was affected when he held it. It seemed that this thing was just an ornament. It was not practical to use it as a weapon or defensive tool. After playing with it for a while, he took off the netherworld stone ring and stuffed it back into his chest pocket. At this time, the street in front of him was very lively. Many commoners had gathered around. Lin Muyu hurriedly urged his horse to go over to take a look. However, he found that there was a convoy in front of him. The rolling carts were connected together like a train, and the carts were transporting the body of a huge creature. It was the carcass of the dragon serpent that was killed in Deer Song Garden. The Imperial Army actually transported the carcass of the dragon serpent back. Looking at the carcass of the dragon serpent, Lin Muyu looked at his burning prairie sword. Even the sharpness of the burning prairie sword could not cut through the scales of the dragon serpent. One could imagine the hardness of the scales. Moreover, each scale of the dragon serpent was about a meter in diameter and was in the shape of a diamond. If it was used to make a shield, it should be invulnerable, right? Thinking of this, Lin Muyu could not help but have an idea. He immediately urged his horse forward and found the leader of the convoy. It was an acquaintance, 1,000-man commander Luo Lai, one of Feng Jixing's right-hand men. General Luo Lai. Luo Lai turned around and saw Lin Muyu. He could not help but smile. Oh, it's Lord Lin Muyu. Why are you on Tongtian Street? Shouldn't you be at the Eagle's Nest camp? I'm not going to the Eagle's Nest camp today. Lin Muyu rode beside him and asked, where are we going to send such a huge dragon snake's corpse? It was Commander Feng Jixing who asked us to transport the carcass of the dragon snake to the Zetian Palace. He said that the meat of the dragon snake contains a huge amount of fire energy. After drying it, it can be cooked into meat soup to keep out the cold in winter. The dragon snake's bones can be ground into powder and used as medicine to strengthen the body. Moreover, this is a 12,300-year-old dragon snake. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't pass the tribulation, it would have already transformed into a dragon. I see. Lin Muyu rubbed her hands and smiled. Can I discuss something with you? Oh, what is it? Luo Lai looked at him, amused. Can you give me all the scales of this dragon snake after you cut them off? Is that so? Luo Lai smiled. Sir, are you going to use the scales of the dragon snake to make a shield or a chain armor? Shield. I see. Alright, since the commander didn't say that he wanted the scales. Besides, this dragon snake was killed by Lord Lin Muyu. There's nothing wrong with giving the scales to you. You can come with me to the palace. When we deal with the carcass, we will send the scales to you. Alright, thank you, General Luo Lai. Sir, there's no need to be so polite. We're all on the same side. After entering the Zetian Palace, they dealt with the carcass of the dragon snake in the side hall. The imperial chefs cut the meat and separated the bones. The blood-stained scales were loaded onto the horse carriage. Lin Muyu counted carefully. There were more than 500 scales in total. Her heart was filled with joy. These scales filled 5 full carriages. Feng Jixing assigned 20 more imperial guards to Lin Muyu. In the afternoon, they transported the scales to the largest ironware shop in the imperial capital, 100 King's Ironware Shop. It was said that this ironware shop had tens of thousands of years of history. It had been through hundreds of emperors, hence its name. However, not long after Lin Muyu entered the ironware shop, a familiar figure appeared, Jin Xiaotang. Brother you haven't appeared in a long time. Jin Xiaotang walked up to him intimately. Suddenly, she pouted and said, you asked me to introduce you to the Hall of Chivalry. I didn't expect you to go on a mission to spy on the military. This time, Xiaotang has offended the Hall of Chivalry because of you. It's up to you. Lin Muyu was full of regret. I'm sorry. Xiaotang, I was in the wrong. I'll apologize to you. Oh yes, why are you here? Jin Xiaotang patted the sign of the ironware shop and said, because this 100 King's Ironware Shop is also an asset of the Imperial Capital Chamber of Commerce. Of course, I have to come here. As she spoke, she looked at the pile of dragon snake scales on the carriage. She smiled and said, Brother are you using the scales of the dragon snake as the main body to forge a shield? Wow, these scales are so thick. How old is this dragon snake? More than 10,000 years. That's a lot. Jin Xiaotang stuck out her tongue and smiled. If that's the case, I'll make the decision myself and give you a cheap price. I'll only charge 10 gold kin coins for each shield. I'll use 100-year dark steel to forge the edges of the dragon snake scales. The perforation and polishing fees will all be within 10 gold kin coins. How does that sound? Okay, thank you, Xiaotang. But there's a condition. Oh, what condition? Hee. Jin Xiaotang pulled Lin Muyu's hand and said, Father recently received a shipment from the west. There are a lot of rainbow lotuses. Brother do me a favor and make 100 bottles of Dream of the Peak for the Imperial Capital Chamber of Commerce. How about that? Our last auction of Dream of the Peak was aborted. Many customers are waiting to buy it. Okay, then let's go to the Imperial Capital Chamber of Commerce. I want to buy some materials to recast my weapon. Okay. Once again, he went to the Imperial Capital Chamber of Commerce. Accompanied by Jin Xiaotang, he looked through the rare materials in the Spirit Stone shop. In the end, he only chose a 9,700-year-old black tortoise spirit stone. This would be used to refine the nether cyan stone. As for the other spirit stones, he didn't think much of them. Forget it, he wouldn't forge a weapon this time. Xiaotang, do you have any iron ores that are suitable for tempering? He asked. Jin Xiaotang blinked and said, I do have some, but I don't know if brother you will like it. Oh, what kind of iron? Let me see. Okay. Jin Xiaotang walked up and said to the shopkeeper, Boss Qian, can you show me the iron ore that can't be smelted in your shop last time? Yes, eldest Mississippi. At the shopkeeper's order, a burly blacksmith immediately carried a pile of black iron ore and walked up. He wiped it, and his hands were immediately covered with black ash. Jin Xiaotang smiled and said, This is the smelly stone. It has been smelted in the 100 King's Ironware Shop for 10 days and 10 nights, but it still hasn't melted. It is said to be a stubborn stone, but who knows what it is. If brother you wants it, you can take it for 1 Jin coin. If you don't want it, we still have some 10,000-year black iron and 1,000-year black iron for you to choose from. Oh. Lin Muyu reached out and touched the black stone. Immediately, a thick spiritual power flowed into her palm. This was definitely not a stubborn stone that couldn't be smelted. At this moment, Lulu's excited voice came from Yi. Brother, this stone is the legendary Nine Heavens Spirit Iron. It is a divine iron that fell from the sky into the mortal world. If it can be smelted, it will definitely be a divine weapon. Really? Lin Muyu also smiled and said with her spiritual perception, that's great. He immediately took out a Jin coin and placed it on the table. Then, he smiled and said, wrap it up. I want this stubborn stone. I want to see how stubborn it really is. Jin Xiaotang giggled. Okay. Boss Qian, wrap up the stubborn stone. Yes. Then, Jin Xiaotang directly provided a large pile of rainbow lotus and skeleton tree herbs to Lin Muyu for free. She only asked him to refine Dream of the Peak to increase the Imperial Chamber of Commerce's dominance. Jin Xiaotang was a girl who was very good at doing business. This made Lin Muyu secretly happy. Who wouldn't like doing business without any cost? After agreeing to go to the ironware shop to collect the dragon snake shield in 3 days, Lin Muyu directly returned to the Eagle Nest camp. On the Eagle Nest mountain, brand new barracks had already been built. As the commander, Lin Muyu's living quarters were arranged in a hall in the center. It was relatively spacious and very quiet. It was very satisfying. After dinner, he started working. He spent close to 3 hours refining 132 bottles of Dream of the Peak. Other than 100 bottles for Jin Xiaotang, he kept the rest for the people in the Longdan army camp who had a higher cultivation level. Improving his own family's strength was the most important. Then, he started the process of refining the netherworld stone ring. Buzz, buzz, the crafting cauldron glowed with a frightening luster in the room. Lin Muyu stood outside the cauldron and threw the netherworld stone ring into it. Immediately, raging flames lingered around the ring like ribbons. Silently feeling the structure of the netherworld stone ring, Lin Muyu's spiritual perception slowly permeated it. She discovered that the structure of the netherworld stone was indeed very strange. It was somewhat similar to the molecular structure of a diamond. It was extremely hard, and unlike a diamond, the netherworld stone's melting point was also ridiculously high. However, Lin Muyu didn't plan to refine it. She directly used the 5th layer of the crafting cauldron's hellfire to slowly comb through the structure of the netherworld stone ring. She opened up the joints in the stone material and then started refining the 9,700-year-old mystic tortoise spirit stone. After almost an hour, the spirit stone was successfully refined. Amidst the roar sounds, the azure blue dragon turtle's soul roared in the air and slowly seeped into the netherworld stone. After a while, the netherworld stone glowed and landed in Lin Muyu's palm. She put the ring on her thumb and activated her Do Qi. In an instant, the spirit of the mystic tortoise was already lingering around the ring, ready to come out at any time to protect its owner. The mystic tortoise was originally good at defense, and this ring that had been refined was equivalent to a defensive tool. She put the ring away. Although this netherworld stone ring was very strong, its appearance was shockingly ugly. Lin Muyu had already decided to give it to Reihong. As the great deacon of the divine temple, the old man should have some treasured tools that were worthy of his identity to protect himself. Continue, the highlight was coming. Refining that stubborn stone, 9 Heavens Spirit Iron. Chapter 171. The flames in the cauldron soared to the sky. Lin Muyu had pushed his Do Qi to the limit, converting it into the energy of the flames in the cauldron. He continuously burned and tempered the rock that was floating in the cauldron, weighing about 100 pounds. The hellfire surged violently, emitting a whistling sound as it roasted the entire hall. Lin Muyu furrowed his brows, beads of sweat seeping out from his forehead, flowing down his cheeks and dripping to the ground. This won't do. About 2 hours later, he sighed softly as his fighting chi slowly decreased. The flames in the cauldron also slowly died out. Lin Muyu panted heavily, this rock's characteristics are too miraculous. Every time I'm about to refine it, it produces a stubborn energy that refuses to be refined. I still can't reach the melting point of this 9 Heavens Spirit Iron. Lulu flew out of the EC and flapped her wings in the night. Brother, perhaps the 5th level of the cauldron is too difficult to refine this 9 heavens spirit iron. Why don't we give up? No, I want to try again, don't force yourself. Lin Muyu's personality was one that refused to believe in superstitions, so he once again raised his true chi and tried to refine the 9 heavens spirit iron. However, after an entire night, he still couldn't refine it. In fact, it was getting harder and harder to refine the rock. It was probably because his fighting chi was exhausted. By the time morning came, he was on the verge of death from exhaustion. There was no other way, he washed up and went to sleep. When he woke up the next afternoon, he didn't even try and directly entered Lanyan City alone to go to the Holy Temple and give the nether green stone ring to Lei Hong. First, he took a detour to the Imperial Merchant Guild and gave the 100 bottles of Dream of the Extreme to Jin Xiaotang. The average transaction price was more than 5,000 gold coins per bottle. If everything went as expected, these 100 bottles would return about 400,000 gold coins. This money had to be used wisely. Lin Muyu was born in a business family and knew that the market would eventually be saturated. After these 100 bottles were sold, it would be difficult to sell them again. After all, there were only so many people who had 5,000 gold coins to buy a bottle. After these people spent their money, others might not be able to afford it anymore. At that time, there would be an awkward market situation where there was no supply. He turned around and headed straight for the Sanctum Sanctorum. In the winter, the warhorses neighed as they arrived at the front of the Sanctum Sanctorum. There were about a dozen Sanctum guards returning to their homes. They were patrolling the perimeter of the Sanctum Sanctorum. When they saw Lin Muyu, they immediately surrounded her. Their faces were filled with excitement as they smiled and said, "Master Lin Muyu is back." Is everything all right in the Holy Cathedral?" Lin Muyu asked with a smile. "It's very good." "Is Master Lin Muyu here to look for the chief deacon?" "That's right. He's in the main hall, right?" Yes. Good." After entering the Holy Temple and looking from afar, the training hall was filled with low roars and sounds of fighting. The instructors and sparring partners were currently training. Lin Muyu also suddenly remembered his promise to Reiham, to return to the Holy Temple to be a sparring partner every half a month. Time passed so quickly. If not for the heavy snow in the dragon-seeking forest delaying his journey, he would have returned long ago. Big brother Lin Ji. Suddenly, a person rushed out of the training hall, holding a sharp sword in his hand. It was Qin Yan. Lin Muyu couldn't help but smile. "It's little Prince Qin Yan. Why haven't you changed the way you address me? I'm called Lin Muyu here." "Aha, I forgot." Qin Yan scratched his head and said with an awkward smile, "Big brother, are you returning to the Holy Temple to be a sparring partner again?" Qin Yan hasn't sparred with Big Brother for a long time. "If there's a chance, you must give me some pointers." All right. I'll go meet Chief Deacon Reiham first to discuss some matters. Little Prince Qin Yan, wait for me here for a while. I'll come over to look for you in a while. All right. Big brother, go and come back quickly. On the waterside pavilion corridor of the main hall, Guiyang still had a doddering appearance, hugging a scroll in his hands. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile from afar, "You is back." Grandpa Guiyang, bring me to see the chief deacon. Let's go. The chief deacon is currently cultivating in the main hall. All right. Pushing open the main hall's doors, 2 holy temple guards stood guard inside. Reiham sat on the chief deacon's throne in the center, his complexion full of vigor. Battle chi enshrouded his body, currently cultivating the spirit returning art that he relied on to make his name. After sensing 2 powerful forces entering the main hall, he slowly opened his eyes and said with a smile, You're finally willing to return to the Holy Temple?" Lin Muyu cupped her fists and said with a smile, "Lin Muyu pays respect to Grandpa Deacon." "Ha, stinking brat. Rayam's face was filled with benevolence as he said with a smile, I heard that you performed a great service in Deer Cry Park again and were promoted to Dragon General. It's said that you were even adopted by His Majesty. Lin Muyu was taken aback and said, adopted son is just a verbal title. It doesn't have any actual meaning. Grandpa Rayham, don't use this matter to tease me. If that's the case. Rayham narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, a title is good. After all, your name has already been recorded in the Qin clan's genealogy. Although you won't be able to reproduce, it's still a kind of honor. This kind of honor is something that others can't obtain even if they pursue it their entire lives. You must cherish it. The Qin clan has ruled the continent for thousands of years and has always been generous and benevolent. Joining the Qin clan is a blessing. I know, Lin Muyu smiled, the main reason I returned to the Holy Temple this time is to give Grand Deacon a gift. Oh, a gift? Rayam's eyes lit up as he said with a smile, what gift does you want to give Grandpa? Lin Muyu took out the Netherworld stone ring from his cosmos sack and held it in his hand. The black tortoise's refined soul glowed within the ring and a faint roar could be heard. He offered it up and said with a smile, it's this. Grand Deacon, take a look and see if you like it. Rayham took the ring. Just by touching it, he could feel the surging refined soul power. His eyes instantly widened and he said in astonishment, is this a saint weapon? Lin Muyu shook his head, because I don't understand the grades of accessories other than weapons, I don't know if it's a saint weapon or not. In short, as long as Grand Deacon likes it, it's fine. I like it, of course I like it. Rayham almost couldn't bear to part with it. He said, what's the origin of this ring? How did you do it? Grandpa has always wanted to ask you, what's up with your blacksmithing skills? Lin Muyu shook his head and smiled, Grandpa, don't ask about this. There are some things that you won't understand even if I explain it to you. Oh. Rayham narrowed his eyes and smiled, for example. Lin Muyu's lips curled up, for example, if I said that I came from another world, would Grandpa believe me? Rayham was stunned at first, then he laughed out loud, don't joke with this old man. Another world? How can there be another world in this world? Other than this place, there are only heaven and purgatory. The laws of the three worlds have been like this since ancient times. Which world could you have come from? Lin Muyu giggled, that's why I can't explain it. Grandpa, just treat it as a joke. This ring is called the Nethergreen Stone Ring. The Nethergreen Stone is exceptionally hard and can be said to be indestructible. Later, I refined a 9,700-year mystic tortoise spirit stone into a beast soul and fused it into this ring. So, this ring now has the ability to protect its owner. Grand Deacon, please take good care of it. Rayhang put the thumb ring on his thumb lovingly and said with a smile, I will. Thank you, Ayu. Stay here today and have dinner in the Holy Temple tonight. No, there are still many things that I need to manage in the Eagle Nest camp. Oh right, when are you going to return to the Holy Temple as a sparring partner again? It'll be 15 days. Aha, I'll come back when the time is right. Humph, stinky brat, now that you're in such a high position, you probably don't want to come back anymore, right? Rayham smiled and said, how's your advancement? Come, go to the testing crystal and see what level you've reached. Yes. Lin Muyu walked over to the crystal plate with ease and suddenly shouted in a low voice, raising her battle chi to the limit. Immediately, the indigo-green gourd martial soul circled around her, radiating resplendent light. The crystal to the side reflected rays of light, 6 long lines and 8 short lines. It was very beautiful to look at. Guiyang smiled and said, looks like you has reached the first level of the heavenly realm, level 68. He's close to the peak of the first level of the heavenly realm. He only needs an opportunity to step into the second level of the heavenly realm and have the ability to condense battle armor. Lin Muyu was also taken aback and nodded happily. He didn't expect his strength to increase so quickly after all the battles and cultivation in the dragon-seeking forest, the Hall of Chivalry, and Deer Cry Park. It seemed that he really needed to find a chance to plan for a breakthrough. However, what bothered him even more was how to obtain the next level of the treasure refining cauldron. If he didn't refine that piece of 9 heavens spirit iron, it would always be like a knot in his heart that couldn't be untied. After bidding farewell to Reham and Guyang, he carried the prairie-burning sword to the trial hall. An administrator was presiding over the morning trial. When he saw Lin Muyu, he immediately cupped his fists respectfully and said, "Master Lin Muyu." Hello, Administrator Sun Kuang." The Holy Hall armor Lin Muyu was wearing was similar to those of the Gold Star and Silver Star sparring masters. The only difference was that Lin Muyu had a military insignia embedded in his collar. The golden-purple flower on it had a beautiful luster and was extremely dazzling. This military insignia also signified one's status and identity in the army. This was something that the instructors and sparring masters couldn't compare to, which was why the administrator was so polite. Not long after, Qin Yan walked out of the trial room, covered in hot sweat. He said with a smile, "Big brother is back. Everyone, come over here. I want to spar with Big brother." Immediately, the instructors and sparring masters all walked out of the trial room. After all, Lin Muyu was known as the #1 sparring master of the Holy Hall, while Qin Yan was the #1 instructor in the Holy Hall in name and in reality. Their spar was naturally very eye-catching. Many people didn't come to watch for victory or defeat, but to see how a true expert would use martial arts to obtain victory in battle. In the eyes of true cultivators, watching was in itself a kind of stealing a master's skills. Chapter 172. Crack. The prairie-burning sword transformed into a streak of fiery light and swept across Qin Yan's dragon-scale armor martial soul shield, but it only left behind a shallow mark on it. And Qin Yan's strenuous counterattack also caused a groove to appear on the wall of Lin Muyu's gourd. However, this mark was swiftly repaired by battle chi. This was the result of the recovery ability. Qin Yan's fire snake spear battle method was wide open and wide, seemingly reckless, but concealed a profound theory. Each attack would always hold back, allowing Lin Muyu to dodge the first attack but absolutely not the second. Even the number of times he attacked Lin Muyu was quite a few times more than the number of times Lin Muyu attacked him. But Lin Muyu borrowed the gourd martial soul's many techniques. Under the unceasing consumption of the recovery ability, Qin Yan's dragon-scale armor was already riddled with holes. "Alright." Qin Yan abruptly blasted back Lin Muyu with a spear. Panting heavily, he laughed loudly and waved his hand, saying, "My battle chi is already exhausted. Big brother Lin Muyu is indeed very impressive. No wonder Big brother said that your strength is absolutely not beneath his." "Oh. Did Big brother Qin Lei say so?" "Yes. He and Commander Feng Jixing's evaluation of you is very high, feeling that you are the person with the highest talent and comprehension ability among the younger generation in the imperial capital. Perhaps, you will also be the strongest person in Lanyan City in the future." "Like that, huh?" Lin Muyu rubbed her nose and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm not that impressive. Otherwise, I also wouldn't have nearly been killed time and time again." Qin Yan chuckled. "But didn't you avert danger every time? This is proof of strength." "Alright, little Prince Qin Yan, I'm returning to the Eagle Nest camp. I'll send Big brother off." "Alright." Qin Yan escorted Lin Muyu all the way out of the Divine Palace, shocking the few Divine Palace guards outside. The second son of Prince Jining actually escorted Lin Muyu out. This kind of treatment was not available to others, and they could not help but respect this #1 sparring partner of the Divine Palace a little more. In fact, the people in the Divine Palace were truly in awe. In the competition just now, Lin Muyu had clearly won. In many people's hearts, the strength of the #1 sparring partner was still above that of the #1 instructor. Lin Muyu's strength was so strong that it was as terrifying as a freak. After returning to the Eagle Nest camp, he continued to try to refine the 9 heavens spirit iron, but he was unable to do so. Late at night, Lin Muyu had already tried countless times, and her face was a little pale. Lulu fluttered on his shoulder and said, big brother, why don't we give up? This isn't a solution either. Lin Muyu was extremely weak. She nodded and sat down on the floor tiles dejectedly. At this moment, Wei Chao's voice came from outside. Lord Commander, Princess Tang Xiaoxi requests an audience. Oh, Xiaoxi is here. Lin Muyu's heart warmed, and she hurriedly got up and walked out of the residence. The night was not very good. There was no moon or stars, and it was pitch black. Outside, under the illumination of the torches, Tang Xiaoxi dismounted and walked over with a smile. When she got closer, she saw Lin Muyu's expression, and couldn't help but be stunned. Mu, what's wrong with you? Have you not recovered from your injuries from the battle at Deer Cry Park? No. Lin Muyu shook her head. Tang Xiaoxi pouted, and took out a silk handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead. I have been cultivating in seclusion in the Duke's residence these days, and didn't expect so many things to happen outside. I'm really sorry. Lin Muyu couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoxi, why are you apologizing? You haven't let anyone down. No, it's just that I should have come to see you earlier. Ha, this. Lin Muyu suddenly felt speechless. Aren't you going to invite me in? Tang Xiaoxi asked with a smile. All right. Lin Muyu stepped aside, and Tang Xiaoxi ordered the guards behind her to stay outside, while she followed Lin Muyu into his residence. Wei Chou followed closely behind, and with an ambiguous smile on his face, he asked, My lord, do you need me to prepare something for you? His smile was really asking for a beating, and Lin Muyu glared at him. Prepare what? What's with that smile on your face? Don't tell me you want to prepare a box of Durex for me. Wei Chou was stunned. What is Durex? Tang Xiaoxi was also stunned, and asked with a smile, Mu, what is that? Lin Muyu scratched her head, and secretly hated herself for blurting it out. She said awkwardly, It's a type of tea from my hometown, it's very smooth, it has various fruity flavors, ha, ha. Tang Xiaoxi squinted her beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, Humph, looking at your lying face, I really want to beat you up, but, is there really fruity tea? If there's time, you must invite me to try it. Looking at Tang Xiaoxi's beautiful face, Lin Muyu couldn't help but think about some other things. She nodded and said, Cough cough, if there's a chance, if you're willing. Tang Xiaoxi giggled, Hee hee, what are you talking about, why wouldn't I be willing? Wei Chou stood at the side in a daze. Then, my lord, do you still want me to prepare some snacks, tea, and fruits for you and Princess Shi tonight? Go. Yes, my lord. Although Lin Muyu's room was spacious, it didn't have many furnishings. There was a table, a few chairs, and the rest was a bed. After Tang Xiaoxi entered the room, she looked around, and sat on the bed. She said with a smile, Mu, this room of yours, other than the bed being a little soft, there's really nothing good about it, the bed, it's good to sleep comfortably. Lin Muyu forcefully suppressed the urge to invite Tang Xiaoxi to try the bed. After all, this was a different world where words and actions were more serious. It wasn't the world where she could casually joke around. It wouldn't be good if Tang Xiaoxi flipped out. Tang Xiaoxi giggled and said, Are you nervous? No. Then why aren't you coming over and sitting down? Oh, okay, come sit beside me. Ah, okay. Lin Muyu obediently sat on the side of the bed, her heart filled with even more complicated feelings. At this moment, Wei Chou walked in with a plate of fruits and a pot of warm wine. He couldn't help but be stunned. Did I disturb you guys? No. Tang Xiaoxi opened her big, watery eyes and smiled innocently. Lin Muyu gestured, Wei Chou, you can leave after you put down the things. Yes. Wei Chou turned around and left. A man and a woman stayed in a room together, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. The faint fragrance from Tang Xiaoxi really tested a person's patience. Lin Muyu was a hot-blooded man after all, so how could he resist this kind of temptation? He hurriedly used the spirit pulse technique to clear the distracting thoughts in his mind. But at this time, even Tang Xiaoxi was quite nervous. Her beautiful face was red as she said, Should I not have come tonight? No, Lin Muyu smiled slightly. Xiaoxi, how's your advancement recently? I'm almost at the peak of the third heaven of the earth realm. Recently, Chu has been teaching me how to cultivate, so my advancement speed is very fast, but I can't break through to the heaven realm. I'm still keeping the 5,000-year-old fire spirit stone that you brought with you. I'll use it on the day I break through. I see. Lin Muyu stood up and poured a glass of wine for Tang Xiaoxi. She said, drink some wine to warm your body. Xiaoxi's cultivation speed is still very fast, much faster than I thought. Tang Xiaoxi also stood up and said with an unconvinced smile, what's wrong? Do you think I'm a pampered princess who doesn't want to improve? Of course not. Xiaoxi is the best. Tang Xiaoxi drank a glass of wine, and her face seemed to turn even redder. She suddenly asked, Mu, you saved Xiaoyin in Deer Garden, did she? She stammered for a long time, but did not say anything. Lin Muyu's heart also beat faster, and she asked, did Xiaoyin do something? Tang Xiaoxi's face turned red, and even Lin Muyu could feel the heat. She stammered for a while, and said, did she tell you that she likes you? No. Lin Muyu was extremely embarrassed. All right then. Tang Xiaoxi seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden, and she pursed her lips into a smile. Mu, after you became the commander of the Eagle Nest Camp, are you especially busy with military affairs? Lin Muyu spread her hands. Do I look like I'm busy with military affairs? You don't, then that's right, I've handed everything to Wei Chou, Xiahou Sang, and the other squad leaders of the Imperial Guards. You can even be so casual as the commander of the Empire's regular army, you're really something, is that so? Lin Muyu glanced at her, and said, you speak as if you're very diligent. Do you want to see how much work it takes to train and deploy nearly 1,000 troops every day? Tang Xiaoxi laughed, I don't want to. Looking at her beautiful smiling face, Lin Muyu's heart was pounding. Just as she was about to lose control of herself, a sudden clap of thunder came from outside. It's thunder, it's going to rain. Tang Xiaoxi said, blinking her eyes. Lin Muyu chuckled, don't worry, there are plenty of rooms in the Eagle Nest Camp. If it really rains, you can stay the night in the Eagle Nest Camp. A naughty smile appeared on Tang Xiaoxi's face. Does that mean something is going to happen? What could happen? Lin Muyu said righteously. Tang Xiaoxi pouted, oh, you're so disappointing, you. I can't talk to you anymore. Lin Muyu was indignant. She was actually being teased by Tang Xiaoxi. It seemed that the girls in this world were quite loving, much more lively than she had imagined. Whoosh, opening up an oil paper umbrella, Lin Muyu said, Xiaoxi, come out with me to see the thunderstorm. Yes. This was a winter thunderstorm. The heavy rain poured down on the Eagle Nest Mountain, causing the flames in the braziers to flicker. In the distance, Wei Chou's loud voice could be heard, hey, you lazy bums, pay attention to the oil in the braziers. Don't let the fire go out, or I'll spank your butts. Tang Xiaoxi smiled, tightened her cloak, and snuggled up to Lin Muyu. Chapter 173. The oil paper umbrella was not big to begin with, so Tang Xiaoxi could only lean against it tightly. Lin Muyu tried his best to cover Tang Xiaoxi's head with the umbrella. In the blink of an eye, half of his armor was soaked. Eagle Nest Mountain was just like its name. It was a towering mountain with a lone peak rising into the sky. It was very similar to the Dragon Rocky Mountain where the Longdan Army Camp was based. The only difference was that the Dragon Rocky Mountain was more spacious and could accommodate more troops. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the distance, accompanied by rain. Lin Muyu naturally reached out and hugged Tang Xiaoxi's shoulder. The two of them walked to the cliff of Eagle Nest Mountain. Looking into the distance, the capital city of Lanyan City was flashing in the lightning and swaying gently with the wind and rain. Tang Xiaoxi turned around and felt Lin Muyu's arm around her. She blushed and smiled. Mu, do you think this place is romantic? Romantic? Lin Muyu could not help but laugh. A bolt of lightning is enough to turn a person into ashes in an instant. The power of the heavens cannot be violated. Eagle Nest Mountain is the highest place around Lanyan City, so it is most likely to attract lightning. This is really not romantic, Tang Xiaoxi giggled and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, you are really unromantic. What? Nothing, do you want to patrol the camp? There is no need, Wei Chou, Xiahou Sang and the rest are here. Furthermore, we have sentries all around, so it will not be easy for anyone to climb up the mountain. Don't worry, the Eagle Nest camp is very safe now. Our people are everywhere, and I have already forced away all the people that the Divine Marquis residents planted in the Eagle Nest camp. Lin Muyu smiled confidently. Why would I allow anyone to be under my watch? I will not tolerate dissidents like His Majesty. Tang Xiaoxi was stunned. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Actually what? Lin Muyu asked. Tang Xiaoxi didn't say anything, but she reached out and wrapped her arms around Lin Muyu's waist, burying her body in his embrace. Perhaps it was because of the cold weather or something else, but her body was trembling slightly. She said, actually, His Majesty also has his own troubles. Do you know? The King of Light, Qin Jin, was called the King of Light because he had quelled 2 rebellions in the northern desert and southern border. In the northern desert, he had killed more than 300,000 enemy soldiers, and in the southern border, he had killed 170,000 enemy soldiers. That was why he was called the King of Light. But the real commander of both wars was Jin Yifan, the man known as the Divine Marquis. As she spoke, she pursed her red lips, her beautiful eyes gazing at the lightning in the distance. Her eyes shone as she said, Zheng Yifan has been conferred the title of Marshal twice, and he controls more than 80% of the Empire's military power. Decades have passed, and the Emperor has continuously weakened Zheng Yifan's military power, which has finally resulted in the current situation. 3 of the Empire's 7 major cities, Lanyan City, Qihai City, and Muyu City, have military power in the hands of the Emperor, but the remaining 4 cities are actually mostly controlled by Zheng Yifan's people. Among the Empire's 12 provinces, only 5 provinces are directly under the imperial capital's control. The rest are governed by their own laws. Emperor Qin Jin doesn't rely on Zheng Yifan, but he doesn't dare to touch him. Lin Muyu took a deep breath and said, Xiaoxi knows a lot more than I do. Tang Xiaoxi laughed softly. I grew up in Seven Seas City and was influenced by what I saw and heard. Of course I know more than you. But Mu, your current status is different from when you were in Cathaya City. You are now one of the 3 commanders-in-chief of the Imperial Army and a general with military power. There are some things you should know. Oh right, I'll give you a military distribution map of the Empire's 12 provinces later. You should have studied it a long time ago. Amen. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Lin Muyu smiled. Unfortunately, Xiaoxi's status is too high. Otherwise, I would definitely keep you by my side as a staff officer. Tang Xiaoxi smiled. Status? I don't have a very high status. As long as you want, Mu, I can stay in the Eagle Nest camp for you. The Duke of Seven Seas residence is so boring anyway. If we're talking about status, I'm afraid that Xiao Yin's status is too high. There's no way she can be your staff officer. Yes, Lin Muyu thought of Qin Yin. Qin Yin had grown up in Zhe Tian Palace. The pressure she endured in this area was probably much greater than Tang Xiaoxi's. When he thought of this, he immediately asked, Xiaoxi, the master of Seven Seas City is your grandfather, Duke Kenglin. Then, if Duke Kenglin passes away, and I'm saying if, who will be the next master? Will it be you? I won't. Tang Xiaoxi shook her head. After all, I'm a woman. So, unless it's a last resort, I won't be given military power. Besides, I have a few brothers above me. With them around, it won't be my turn to wield military power. Besides, I have no interest in this area. She widened her eyes and looked at Lin Muyu. She smiled. Or do you want me to wield 7 Seas City? If that's the case, I can give it a try. Grandfather loves me so much. Maybe he will make an exception and pass the title of Duke of 7 Seas City to me? Lin Muyu was stunned. Forget it. I don't want you to be so tired. Besides, I'm a person who's good at satisfying others. It's good to have you by my side. If you really go to 7 Seas City to be the master, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to see you again. Yes, Mu is the smartest. At this moment, with a sudden crack, a purple thunderbolt fell on the top of the mountain in front of them. It directly struck a pine tree and set it on fire. Moreover, some light purple flames fell from the sky. These flames slowly seeped into the rocks. In the blink of an eye, the rocks actually rustled and weathered away. Lin Muyu's eyes widened. What kind of flame is that? It can actually burn rocks into powder. Tang Xiaoxi narrowed her eyes. It's the heavenly fire. Legend has it that the heavenly fire can burn everything. It's just a piece of cake for it to burn rocks. I didn't expect to see the heavenly fire here. Mu, let's go back quickly. Once the heavenly fire falls on us, I'm afraid we'll be burned into a pile of ashes even if we have the body of the sanctuary. No. Lin Muyu's heart skipped a beat. She said, Xiaoxi, go back to my room and wait for me. I need these heavenly fire. This kind of heavenly fire came from nature, but its temperature was even higher than the hellfire. Wasn't this what Lin Muyu needed the most? Seeing her determined look, Tang Xiaoxi bit her red lips and said, well, Mu won't go back. I'll stay here with you. No, Xiaoxi, go back. It's dangerous here. Humph, you dare to drive me away. I'm a princess. The beautiful princess quickly got into her role and began to put on airs. Lin Muyu shrugged. Well, you help me hold the umbrella. I'm going to refine these heavenly fire. Okay. Tang Xiaoxi held the umbrella. Because of the height difference, she almost crossed her legs. Ignoring the heavy rain, Lin Muyu quickly came to the place where the heavenly fire landed. She opened her hand and spat out her fighting energy. The light of the refining cauldron quickly enveloped the heavenly fire. Then, Lin Muyu closed her eyes. It was not easy to refine a kind of fire. She needed to understand its temperature and characteristics. The characteristics of the hellfire were fierce, while the heavenly fire was destructive. Buzz, the crafting cauldron trembled slowly, and the heavenly fire seemed to have a mind of its own. What Lin Muyu needed to do was to use her battle chi to control these heavenly fire and make them submit to her and be used for her own purposes. The night wind was cold, like a knife scraping her skin. Tang Xiaoxi trembled slightly. She had to release the fire fox martial soul. The small fire fox lingered on her shoulder, providing heat for its master. Lin Muyu was immersed in the process of refining the heavenly fire. He closed his eyes and surrounded his whole body with fighting energy. He looked like a god of war resting with his eyes closed. Tang Xiaoxi looked at him, and a smile appeared on her lips. It seemed that just looking at him like this was also a happy thing. The refinement process lasted for 7 hours. By the time the heavenly fire was successfully refined and tamed, it was already close to dawn. The cold rain was still falling. Lin Muyu slowly breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. There was a strange look in his eyes. When he turned around, he found that Tang Xiaoxi was almost frozen into a beautiful ice sculpture. There were even icicles hanging from her long hair. She was staring at him silently with her big eyes. Are you okay, Xiaoxi? He anxiously hugged her. Is it too cold? Tang Xiaoxi was so cold that her whole body was trembling. She nodded. Oh, why aren't you cold at all? Your body is so hot, because I'm a young man. That's enough, let's go back quickly. Okay. When they returned to Lin Muyu's room, he quickly ordered Wei Chou to prepare some water for Tang Xiaoxi to take a bath. Then, he boiled some ginger soup for her. As for Lin Muyu, he waited outside the door until Tang Xiaoxi finished bathing, ate something, and went to bed. Are you feeling better? He looked at Tang Xiaoxi who was lying on his bed. Tang Xiaoxi smiled and nodded. Yes, much better. Your guards are waiting outside. If I don't hand you over, they will kill me, hee, let them be. Mu, don't go. Stay here with me, okay? Okay then, Lin Muyu sat on the bed and watched Tang Xiaoxi fall asleep. Then, she started to work. That's right, she could refine that stubborn stone now. Buzz! The artifact refining cauldron appeared in the hall of her residence. Lin Muyu controlled the artifact refining cauldron with one hand and threw the 9 heavens spiritual iron in with the other. With a soft chant, the 6th layer of refining fire, heavenly fire emerged and lingered around the 9 heavens spiritual iron as it burned fiercely. In an instant, the outer layer of the 9 heavens spiritual iron began to peel off. It was a success. This heavenly flame was indeed extraordinary. Its refining effect was much stronger than the hellfire's refining effect. After nearly 2 hours, the 9 heavens spiritual iron was completely melted into lava. Lin Muyu reached into her Qianquan bag and took out the 12,300-year-old dragon snake spirit stone. Then, she continued to refine the spirit stone. Chapter 174. Swoosh, swoosh, streaks of heavenly fire in the form of fiery red divine dragons circled around the spirit stone, letting out a low whistling sound. Lin Muyu focused on increasing her battle chi to continuously provide energy to the weapon refining cauldron. Under the constant burning and tempering of the heavenly fire, a corner of the dragon snake spirit stone peeled off, revealing the fiery red layer of spiritual power inside. At the same time, with a long howl, the fiery red soul of the dragon snake rushed out of the spirit stone and began to attack fiercely. It extended its long tongue and opened its bloody mouth to devour Lin Muyu. After refining the soul so many times, Lin Muyu had already expected this. Without saying much, he quickly increased his battle chi to strengthen the protective wall of the weapon refining cauldron. At the same time, he let out a soft shout and his entire aura quickly descended into the weapon refining cauldron, forming an invisible domain. Perhaps his strength was not enough to form a suppressive force in the outside world, but the weapon refining cauldron was his domain, so it was not impossible to condense a suppressive force. In the end, under Lin Muyu's strong suppressive force, the soul of the dragon snake howled miserably and tried to bite Lin Muyu again and again, but all of them hit the protective wall of the weapon refining cauldron in front of Lin Muyu. Unknowingly, he no longer relied on the 7 luminaries' dark force to suppress the beast soul's counterattack. No matter how strong the dragon snake was, it could not touch him at all. Finally, the soul of the dragon snake struggled a little and Lin Muyu slowly raised her arm. Instantly, the heavenly fire chains in the treasure cauldron formed a large hand and grabbed the body of the dragon snake. Under the tempering of the heavenly fire, the soul of the dragon snake instantly disintegrated, turning into specks of starlight that seeped into the scorching hot 9 heavens spirit iron lava. Squeak, squeak, in the faint sound, the impurities in the iron lava were constantly refined and sublimated. The remaining iron lava was red and almost purple. In Yi-Hai, Lulu quickly gave Lin Muyu a set of sword molds. After repeatedly selecting, she finally chose a set that she was more satisfied with. This was a set of sword molds that was designed with the symbol of dragon. The body of the sword was slender, but the edge of the sword was thicker and more dignified. The blade was about 1 centimeter wide, and behind it was a simple and unadorned Eastern pattern. In the center of the blade was a thin blood groove, and on both sides were engraved patterns of divine dragons. The sword hilt appeared very graceful, like the head of a real dragon, and its whiskers slowly spread out, looking very lifelike. At the end of the sword hilt was a 6-pointed star pattern. In the middle of the 6-pointed star was hollowed out, with a Tai Chi 8 trigrams floating above it. The spiritual power was gently flowing, but the people in this world didn't pay attention to the balance of yin and yang, so they probably didn't understand the profound meaning of the 8 trigrams. Soon, the shape of the whole sword was revealed. Lin Muyu closed her eyes and continued to use her spiritual sense to refine the details of the blade. When she was refining the Burning Prairie sword, she adopted the design of compound blades, with a total of 5 compound cutting layers. This way, the sword would be sharper and more durable. However, the material of this sword was rarer than the Millennium Meteoric Iron. The density was higher, and the particles were finer. Therefore, Lin Muyu spent a lot of effort and spent nearly an hour to carefully polish it. She designed a total of 10 compound cutting layers for this new sword. It could be said that this sword was also the pinnacle of Lin Muyu's current forging ability. Ow ow! This dignified and unadorned long sword was done in the blink of an eye, and the roar of a dragon snake that sounded like a real dragon came from it. What should I call it? Naturally, Lin Muyu was very satisfied with this sword. After thinking for a long time, she decided that since this sword was made of Dragon Snake Spirit Stone and 9 Heavens Spirit Iron, she would take the common name of the two and call it Dragon Spirit Sword. Puff! The Dragon Spirit Sword fell into the water tank in the room, and suddenly, a burst of steam rose, directly waking up Tang Xiaoxi. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and propped herself up. She asked, "Mu, you're not asleep yet?" "Yes, there's no place to sleep." "Didn't you take the bed?" Lin Muyu turned around and saw that Tang Xiaoxi had gone to bed after bathing. She didn't wear a coat at all. At this moment, a large area of her ice skin and jade bones was exposed. In an instant, Lin Muyu felt her head heat up. She hurriedly used the spirit pulse technique to focus. Tang Xiaoxi seemed to have also noticed her appearance. She blushed and immediately burrowed back into the blanket. She took some clothes from the side and put them on one by one. Lin Muyu didn't look at her and reached out to pick up the dragon spirit sword from the bottom of the water tank. This sword was far heavier than an ordinary long sword, about 50 jin. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to swing it at all. However, Lin Muyu was already a Heaven Realm expert, and his arm strength was astonishing. Moreover, he had sword heart. When he forged the weapon, he had already fused with the sword's soul of the dragon spirit sword. Therefore, he could lift the heavy sword as if it was light. He held the dragon spirit sword in his hand and swung it lightly. Hum, hum, the edge of the sword brought with it a formless gust of wind, making people gasp in admiration. This sword was something Lin Muyu had never seen before, be it in appearance or sharpness. Because Tang Xiaoxi was there, Lulu didn't fly out. She only looked at the sea and said with a smile, "Congratulations, big brother, for obtaining another peerless godly weapon." According to this world's weapon classification, this dragon spirit sword is a 4th rank saint grade. 4th rank saint grade? Lin Muyu was secretly delighted. Is it even sharper than the Emperor's Desolation Sword? Of course. The Desolation Sword is 6th rank saint grade, while the Dragon Spirit Sword is 4th rank saint grade. It's 2 ranks higher. Ha! This Dragon Spirit Sword should be able to cut open the scales of the 10,000-year dragon snake, right? And it definitely can. Lulu giggled. Big brother, I didn't expect you to still be troubled by the dragon snake's defense. That's right. Lin Muyu sighed and said, the art of smithing is my biggest reliance in this world. If I can't rely on the sharpness of my weapon to defeat those stronger than me, then what else can I rely on? If my burning prairie sword could pierce through the dragon snake's scales, I'm afraid Xiao Yin and big brother Feng Jixing wouldn't have encountered such danger. Lulu smiled slightly. Big brother, you don't have to blame yourself. Your performance was already very perfect. If you performed a little better, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. And, you're right. Lin Muyu waved the dragon spirit sword and cut a piece of black cloth from the curtain at the side to wrap the newly forged sword. However, at this moment, someone grabbed his arm. It was Tang Xiaoxi. Ah, is this the work you've been working on all night? Tang Xiaoxi smiled sweetly. Yes. Lin Muyu pulled off the black cloth and showed the dragon spirit sword to Tang Xiaoxi without reservation. He asked with a smile, Xiaoxi, is my smithing skills worthy of the title of Grand Master? Of course, of course. Tang Xiaoxi giggled. Mu is the best. This sword, what grade is it? About the 4th rank of Saint grade. What? A Saint grade weapon? This time, Tang Xiaoxi's mouth was wide open. She looked at him and said, did I hear it wrong? There are only a few Saint grade weapons in the entire Lanyan city. The Emperor's Desolation sword is rumored to be the strongest weapon in the capital, but your sword is stronger than it? Of course it's stronger. Lin Muyu grinned and said, Xiaoxi, you have to keep this a secret. If people know that I'm a grandmaster of smithing, I'm afraid that the door will be broken. Yes. Tang Xiaoxi smiled faintly. If people really know, I'm afraid that His Majesty the Emperor, Duke Kenglin, Duke Muyun, and even King Zhennan in Lingnan will send people to invite you to join their families. After all, a person who can forge a Saint-grade weapon is rare in the world. Moreover, Mu, the shape of your sword is a bit strange. I'm afraid it won't fit well with a normal scabbard. When you ask someone to forge the scabbard for you, don't take the sword with you. Just draw a drawing directly. Well, Xiaoxi is really thoughtful. I understand. When are you going to forge the scabbard? I'll go with you. I'll also ask you to accompany me for a stroll in Lanyan City. In the afternoon. Okay. In the afternoon, Lanyan City was very quiet, but from time to time, there were people galloping on horses. Their destination was the Chamber of Commerce of the imperial capital. It seemed that the 100 bottles of Dream of the Zenith would be auctioned this afternoon. Needless to say, it must be unprecedentedly lively. All the noble childs would not miss the legendary treasure of Dream of the Zenith. Lin Muyu had no intention of watching the grand auction, so he went to the blacksmith shop with Tang Xiaoxi. Due to Tang Xiaoxi's repeated insistence, the scabbard of the dragon spirit sword was forged by Tang Xiaoxi. Scabbards were generally made of wood and metal, so Lin Muyu couldn't do it himself. He was good at forging, but he was not a carpenter. The shopkeeper looked at Tang Xiaoxi and Lin Muyu with a fat face and said with a smile, generally, the wood used in scabbard is divided into several grades. The higher the grade, the stronger and more durable it is. Miss, look, this is mahogany, and the casting cost is only 1 gold kin coin. This is rosewood, and the casting cost is 3 gold kin coins. As for this black spirit wood, it's even more expensive, costing 10 gold kin coins. Of course, the most expensive and also the best is this red gold wood. The wood is very light, but very strong. Let's use the red gold wood. Tang Xiaoxi smiled and said, the accessories for the scabbard can be made of red gold. How much do you think this scabbard will cost? A total of, about 120 gold kin coins. Got it. Tang Xiaoxi took out a diamond coin and said with a smile, make it as exquisite as you can. Money is not a problem. The shopkeeper's face was glowing. Alright, I will definitely not disappoint Miss and your boyfriend. Ah. Tang Xiaoxi was stunned, and her face instantly turned red. She wanted to say that Lin Muyu wasn't her boyfriend, but on second thought, there was nothing wrong with that, so she shyly acquiesced. Lin Muyu coughed and didn't say anything else. In any case, Tang Xiaoxi was obedient and treated her well. If she really had a girlfriend like her, it would be a gift from the heavens. However, Duke of Tsanglan might not think that way. After all, Tang Xiaoxi was a princess, so it was impossible for her to marry a mid-ranked general like her. After thinking for a moment, she hurriedly shook her head. What was she thinking? It was all a mess. Chapter 175. Amidst the sounds of hammering, Lin Muyu and Tang Xiaoxi waited for nearly 2 hours. The efficiency of this smithy was quite high. 4 or 5 blacksmiths worked together, and in just 2 hours, the scabbard that Lin Muyu needed was forged. Pure gold wood, a type of wood similar to pure gold. It was polished very smoothly, and the hard pure gold was inlaid around it. The metal was engraved with gorgeous patterns, and it looked quite similar to the style of the dragon spirit sword. "Milord, are you satisfied?" the shopkeeper said with a smile. Lin Muyu took the scabbard and weighed it in her hand. It was about 3 kilograms, not bad. She raised her hand to hold the scabbard of the dragon spirit sword, and with a sudden shake, the black cloth was shredded. Before the shopkeeper could see the true appearance of the dragon spirit sword, the blade entered the scabbard with a ka sound, and there was no gap between them. Good craftsmanship indeed. Seeing Lin Muyu's satisfied expression, Tang Xiaoxi smiled and said, "All right, can we go out now?" "Wait a little longer." "Oh. What are you waiting for?" "In a while, Wei Chou and the others will come." "Oh." Tang Xiaoxi didn't understand, so she continued to stroll around Skyspan Street with him. In less than half an hour, Wei Chou appeared with dozens of Eagle Nest Camp soldiers, and he even dragged a few carriages. They were here to transport the dragon snake shields. "Milord." Wei Chou cupped his fists and said with a smile, "We can go load the goods now." "Let's go." "Yes." When they arrived at the smithy, the shopkeeper had already recognized Lin Muyu. With a face full of smiles, he walked up and said, "Milord Lin Muyu, this batch of dragon snake shields has been completely forged. Please follow me." "Yes." After entering the inner courtyard of the ironware shop, they saw piles of black dragon snake shields already piled up there. The shopkeeper lifted one of the shields with force and stretched out his hand to gently brush the metal on the edge of the shield. He said with a smile, "The main body of these dragon snake shields is made of dragon snake scales, and the surface is covered with a layer of dark steel. The edge is even cast with 100-year dark steel, and the handle is wrapped with cowhide. It is impervious to water and fire, and can be said to be indestructible. There probably isn't any sharp weapon in the world that can cut through this 10,000-year-old dragon snake shield, right?" "Really?" Lin Muyu smiled faintly and suddenly unsheathed her sword. The dragon spirit sword's aura surged and drew a fiery arc in the air, sweeping across the surface of the dragon snake shield in a straight line. Half a second later, it was sheathed with a dang sound. The speed of her attack stunned Wei Chou, Tang Xiaoxi, and the shopkeeper. It was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed past. Pa! The surface of the dragon snake shield suddenly cracked open. Then, the shield quickly split into 2 halves and landed in the shopkeeper's hands. This, the shopkeeper's face was full of shock. "How is this possible?" "We have tested it many times. The strongest blacksmith in the shop used our best weapon to hack at the dragon snake shield. Even when he hit the opening, the dragon snake shield was not damaged in the slightest." "Madam Lin Muyu, your sword is..." Lin Muyu raised her eyebrows and said, "I just want to tell you that there is nothing in this world that is indestructible." "All right, move the dragon snake shields out and load them up." "Yes." Wei Chou looked at the dragon snake shields and said happily, "Madam, these shields, are they prepared for the Eagle Nest Camp?" Lin Muyu quickly dampened his enthusiasm. She could not give him any hope. "No, after this, you will accompany me to Dragon Rocky Mountain and send these shields over. I have prepared them for the Longdan Army Camp." "Ah." Wei Chou narrowed his eyes. "Madam's mercenary group?" "Yes, it is officially registered. It is indeed enviable. The people of the Longdan Army Camp can actually use such good equipment. Even the most elite troops of the Empire probably do not have such equipment. If you are envious, you can resign from your post and go to the Longdan Army Camp to be a vice commander." Lin Muyu teased. Wei Chou also laughed. "Madam, you must be joking. I have sworn to be loyal to the Empire." Ha ha ha, Lin Muyu did not point it out. The Longdan Army Camp was a private army after all. It naturally could not be compared to the Royal Guards. After all, the Royal Guards were the most elite troops of the Empire. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Longdan Army Camp was unknown. A total of 5 carts of dragon snake shields were loaded onto the carriages. They were wrapped in huge black cloth and slowly drove on Tongtian Street. When they passed by the Duke of Seven Seas mansion, Tang Xiaoxi had no choice but to go home. She pouted and angrily said goodbye to Lin Muyu. She also made an appointment to meet again. In reality, there was no time, but Lin Muyu promised to go to the Duke's mansion to find her when she was free. He continued to lead the caravan forward, and not long after, the sound of weeping could be heard from the front. A group of young women dressed in rags appeared on the street, and they were guarded by Imperial Army soldiers wielding weapons. It was obvious who they were, camp concubines. They passed by the carts. Among them was a girl who looked to be at most 15 years old. Her face was full of dirt, but it could not hide her beauty under her messy hair. Her arms and legs were full of whip marks. It was obvious that she had been whipped. Lin Muyu rode on a horse and looked down at her. The girl actually turned her head and looked up at Lin Muyu. Their eyes met. The girl moved her lips but did not say anything. Wait. Lin Muyu's cry immediately made Wei Chou confused. He said in a low voice, "Madam, don't be impulsive again. Even if you save these girls, there will be new ones to replace them. Don't be impulsive. You don't want to be exiled to Tongtian Tower again, do you?" "Of course not." Lin Muyu smiled and turned her horse around. She looked at the girl and asked, "Where are you from?" The girl's face was full of fear. Tongtian Province. Why did you come to Lanyan City?" Lin Muyu tried her best to maintain a sunny smile so that she would not be so nervous. The girl's lips moved again, and her eyes were full of fear. She knew that the person in front of her was a senior officer. If she spoke carelessly, she might meet a more tragic fate. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "My parents were killed by mercenaries. I was sold here by mercenaries." I know." Lin Muyu sat on her horse, feeling a little hesitant. At this moment, the centurion who was in charge of leading the troops said politely, "Madam Lin Muyu, these 40 girls are new recruits. We are just doing our job. We hope that Madam Lin Muyu will not make things difficult for us. After all, we are just following orders." "Yes, I know." Lin Muyu asked, "Madam, how many girls are there in the nurturing hall who have been sold and bought against their will?" The centurion looked worried. "There are about 50 of them." "Madam, what do you mean?" "I know." Lin Muyu nodded and smiled. "You don't have to worry. Bring these girls into the nurturing hall, but don't let anyone touch them. Wait for me for an hour. Is that all right? Just treat it as giving me some face." The centurion cupped his fists and smiled. "Madam, you must be joking. This is what I should do." "Yes, all right." As he watched the group of girls enter the nurturing hall, Wei Chou looked confused. "Madam, what are you trying to do?" Lin Muyu laughed self-deprecatingly. "In the past, I always thought that I was great and could change everything. I thought that I couldn't tolerate even a speck of dust in my eyes. Now, I truly understand the true meaning of the saying, change what you can change, and endure what you can't change. Perhaps this nurturing hall is something that I can't change with my power, but I can still change something." "Wei Chou, where is the largest place in Lanyan City to drink and drink with prostitutes?" Wei Chou was stunned. "This. Madam, Wei Chou is a commoner, and most of his salary is sent back home for retirement. How can I have extra Jin coins to drink and drink with prostitutes? However, I know of a place called the Smile of Beauty's Alley. There are many restaurants there, and they are all places to drink and have guests stay overnight. Bring me there immediately. The rest of you, escort the dragon snake shield back to Eagle Nest Mountain and wait for my orders." "Yes." The two of them spurred on their horses, and not long after, they entered a small alley filled with women. There were brightly colored door signs all around, giving off a sense of déjà vu in the lovely spring brothel. Lin Muyu couldn't help but laugh inwardly. She and Wei Chou were both young and handsome imperial guards, and they were wearing bright armor at the moment. They quickly became the targets of the brothel keepers. Not far away, a brothel keeper with a mole on her chin quickly came forward. She wasn't afraid of strangers and reached out to grab Lin Muyu's reins. She giggled and said, "Oh, madam, you haven't been here for a long time." Wei Chou couldn't help but laugh. "Madam, I didn't expect you to also," Lin Muyu said seriously. "Damn it, I swear on my honor that I really haven't been here before." "This is just their professional term." "Is that so?" Wei Chou looked like he didn't believe her. Lin Muyu flipped over and got off the horse. The brothel keeper immediately came up to him and held his hand. She said intimately, "Madam, do you know any girls here? If you want them, just tell me. There's no need to be polite or shy." "Yes." Lin Muyu deliberately propped up his arm and slowly pushed the brothel keeper away. He smiled and said, "Mother, I want to ask, are the girls here, for sale?" "Of course, we are for sale. Otherwise, why would we have customers?" "Madam, look, the best girls here sell for 2 gold kin coins a night. The second-class girls sell for 50 silver kin coins a night. The third-class girls are cheaper, only 10 silver kin coins a night." Lin Muyu's face darkened. "I'm not talking about this kind of sale, then what kind are you talking about, madam?" "I'm talking about those who sell their bodies directly." The brothel keeper giggled coquettishly. "Madam, you're so bad. The girls here sell their bodies, not their skills." Lin Muyu wanted to die. Wei Chou joked at the side, "Do the third-class girls cost 10 silver kin coins a night? Do you have any girls that sell for 10 copper kin coins a night? You can consider it." The brothel keeper smiled and said, "Madam, you must be joking. Those who sell for 10 copper kin coins a night are not girls, but pigs." Wei Chou was speechless. Chapter 176. Be serious, be serious. Lin Muyu glared at Wei Chou. At the same time, she forced herself to be more serious. She said to the brothel keeper, "Mother, I just want to ask, do you have the kind where I can directly buy a contract to sell her?" The brothel keeper was stunned. Our ladies are all talented and skilled. If you want to buy one directly, it will be very expensive. What do you intend to do, my lord? What kind do you want?" Lin Muyu took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry about what I want to do with them. I want the kind that is happy to do things, understand?" The brothel keeper laughed. "My lord, you want the kind that is passionate and hospitable?" "Yes, you can say that." Lin Muyu's scalp was already numb. Wei Chou was gloating at the side. The brothel keeper had already realized that a big business was coming. She said, "I have a total of 127 ladies in this restaurant. Do you want to call all of them down for my lord to choose?" "Sure." "Okay." The brothel keeper immediately raised her hands and shouted, "Ladies upstairs and downstairs, hurry up and receive the guests." Soon, a large group of prostitutes gathered in the lobby. Wei Chou's eyes were glued to them. Lin Muyu was born in a business family. Her father had brought her out to socialize many times since she was an adult. She had also been to these brothels many times, so she had strong self-control. She had never eaten pork before, but she had seen pigs run. The brothel keeper secretly lifted her already sagging breasts and asked with a smile, "My lord, the contracts of the ladies here are basically between 300 and 500 Jin coins. How many do you want to buy?" 50, Lin Muyu said indifferently. "Can you give me a discount, 50? The brothel keeper opened her mouth and said with a smile, that many. "My lord, you are really generous. If you buy 50, you can get one a day for 2 months. There won't be any duplicates." Lin Muyu glared at her. "Shut up. I'm only asking you, how much does one cost if I buy 50? How about 350 Jin coins? However, these 350 Jin coins are all for me. Whether the girls want to go with you or not is up to them. I love them very much." "All right." Lin Muyu nodded. She looked at the group of prostitutes and said, "I won't hide it from you all. I'm buying you all because the foster hall is lacking a batch of female prostitutes. After you all leave with me, you might have to serve those soldiers. However, I won't let you all suffer any losses. As long as I buy you, I can give mother 350 Jin coins for the money. At the same time, I will also give you 350 Jin coins. If you are willing, come over. The brothel keeper was dumbfounded. Sir is really generous. Ladies, you might not be able to earn that much in your lifetime. Hurry up. Instantly, many women had already stepped forward. Their faces were filled with numbness and hypocritical smiles. Lin Muyu naturally knew that they were willing to do anything for money. That was good too, it was a consensual relationship. Not long after, the 50 prostitutes had been selected. Lin Muyu muttered to herself and began to count. She gave the brothel keeper 17 diamond coins and 500 Jin coins, then went to the gold bank to exchange for Jin coins. Every woman received a heavy bag of Jin coins. However, most of them were unwilling to bring Jin coins into the foster hall. Instead, they directly deposited them in the gold bank. Just like that, it took more than 2 hours. The sky was already close to dusk. When Lin Muyu brought the 50 gorgeously dressed prostitutes to the foster hall, a group of imperial guards couldn't control themselves. In their eyes, these women were much more interesting than the women in distress that they had brought in the afternoon. Lin Muyu found the centurion in charge of the foster hall and stuffed 1,000 Jin coins into his hands as a reward. He directly exchanged the 50 women who were unwilling to become concubines in the foster hall. The bright moon cast a layer of silver light on the streets. Lin Muyu and Wei Chou rode slowly with the 50 young women in tow. Wei Chou smiled and said, "It seems that after the incident at the Tower of Babel, Sir's methods have matured a lot." Lin Muyu sighed. "A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. How does Sir plan to settle these women?" "Hire a few carriages and take them to Dragon Rocky Mountain." "Ah, Sir's plan is, many of them are already homeless. If I dismiss them now, many of them will still be captured by others to become concubines, which is equivalent to not being able to save them. Therefore, I plan to build a village at the foot of Dragon Rocky Mountain and settle these homeless women down. I will let them learn how to farm, weave, and be self-sufficient. At the same time, I can use them to attract able-bodied men to marry, so that they can live well. Sir is wise." Wei Chou's eyes were full of respect. At night, 50 Eagle Nest Camp soldiers were sent to protect 500 shields and 50 young women to Dragon Rocky Mountain. Lin Muyu personally escorted them. Although Lanyan City was the imperial capital, dragon-seeking forest was still not safe. The security was extremely poor, especially at night, when bandits and mercenaries were most active. At midnight, they finally arrived at their destination. They could see the lights of Dragon Rocky Mountain in the distance. At the foot of the mountain, a dozen Longdan army camp mercenaries wearing standard armor and holding long halberds stood guard. When they saw Lin Muyu, one of them recognized her and immediately cupped his fists. "Greetings, Commander. Open the door and escort us up the mountain." "Yes, sir." Lin Muyu's gaze swept across them. These mercenaries no longer had the hooliganism of a ruffian. Instead, they looked a little like soldiers. Luo Yu was indeed a talent. It was indeed the right choice to let him be in charge of the training of the Longdan army camp. Before they reached the peak of the mountain, dozens of cavalrymen led by Luo Yu had already greeted them. Luo Yu cupped his fists and smiled. "Sir, you're back." "Yes, I'm giving everyone some equipment." Lin Muyu waved his hand and the dragon snake shields on the carriage behind him flickered under the light of the fire. Luo Yu could tell with a glance that they were good stuff. He was ecstatic. "This is great, it's like sending charcoal in snowy weather. When we attacked the bandit camp yesterday, many of us were shot and injured. Today, Sir has sent us sturdy shields. Ha, this is great. Let's go." "Yes." Luo Yu turned his horse around and rode alongside Lin Muyu. Looking at the many girls behind him, he frowned and said, "Sir, these girls, are they going to be maids up the mountain?" "No, there are no maids in the Longdan army camp." Lin Muyu shook his head and said, "From tomorrow onwards, after training, we will lead everyone to the foot of the mountain to cut down trees and build houses. Within a month, we will build a village under our protection. Is there a problem? Luo Yu was startled. As long as we have money, there is no problem. And, then let's do it. Oh right, how is the development of the mercenary group recently? Luo Yu's face was filled with joy as he said, Sir, in these 4 days, the Longdan army camp has swept through a total of 3 small mountain strongholds and 2 wandering mercenary groups with less than 200 people. This subordinate has selected talents from the captives and recruited them into the Longdan army camp. Now, we have 274 people. Good. Lin Muyu faintly smiled. In terms of funds, is there enough? It's a bit not enough, it's fine. Lin Muyu took out 100 diamond coins from her cosmos sack and said with a smile, here's 100,000 Jin coins. Don't spend too sparingly, Luo Yu nodded. Yes, sir. Do your best to recruit people, the more the better. You might as well break the previous selection criteria. Some of the more courageous and upright people can be recruited into the Longdan army camp even if they haven't reached the 2nd level of the human realm. Yes, this subordinate understands. That night, they rested in the Longdan army camp. The next morning, Lin Muyu sent Wei Chou to lead 50 Eagle Nest Camp soldiers back to the camp. He would stay in the Dragon Rocky Mountain for a few days. After all, he was the highest authority here, so he had to get used to the people in the Longdan army camp. As for the group of girls, they had all settled down and were just waiting for the village at the foot of the mountain to be developed. Early in the morning, he sent 20 people to the nearby cities to hire carpenters and architects. Then, he unfolded a map of the dragon-seeking forest on the table. There were many red dots marked on it. Luo Yu frowned and said, currently, there are 2 forces that pose the greatest threat to us. One of them is the Flame Wolves mercenary group, and the other is the bandits of the Purple Qilin Mountain. Flame Wolves mercenary group. Yes. Luo Yu said, the members of the Flame Wolves mercenary group are all wandering mercenaries. They make a living by robbing, killing, and robbing. They often cause trouble to the villages within the territory of the Cloud County. Regarding this, the government of the Cloud County can't do anything. The Flame Wolves mercenary group has gathered almost 3,000 mercenaries and is very powerful. However, the total number of troops stationed in the Cloud County city does not exceed 2,000. Good lord. Lin Muyu held the hilt of the dragon spirit sword and said, 3,000 mercenaries is indeed a lot. It's about 10 times the number of us. If we really fight, our chances of winning are not high. Luo Yu smiled and nodded. Yes, that's why I haven't dared to make a move. However, rumor has it that the leader of the Flame Wolves mercenary group, Fengxi, is already eyeing our Dragon Rocky Mountain. It's said that he is determined to get us. In the next 2 days, the Flame Wolves mercenary group will definitely attack Dragon Rocky Mountain. That's great, a cold light flashed in Lin Muyu's eyes. Then I'll stay on Dragon Rocky Mountain for the next few days and deal with this Fengxi. After that, Lin Muyu gave her original sword, the Burning Prairie Sword, to Luo Yu. With Luo Yu's strength, she was worthy of this mysterious rank treasure sword. Of course, Lin Muyu's Dragon Spirit Sword was even sharper. Any weapon below the mysterious rank would not be able to clash head-on with the Dragon Spirit Sword. Otherwise, the sword would break and the person would die. This was the strength of a saint-rank weapon. After nightfall, the cold wind blew. Lin Muyu sat peacefully in the leader's room, cultivating the Forging Dragon Bone Remnant Scroll and the Spirit Pulse technique. As his strength and soul continued to increase, his thirst for power grew. Without enough power, he would not be able to stand in this world, not to mention changing anything. Knock, 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 a knocking sound came from the door. Luo Yu said, Sir, I just received a letter from Luo Yu. The Flame Wolves mercenary group's 1,500 men have already left their encampment and are heading straight for us. They will arrive at Dragon Rocky Mountain around midnight. Good. Lin Muyu sat up and said, arrange for the ambush. Yes. Chapter 177. There were not many people on Dragon Rocky Mountain. If they were surrounded, they would be in a desperate situation. Therefore, if they took the initiative to attack, they might be able to win. If not, they would definitely lose. Lin Muyu could not be said to be well versed in the art of war, but at least she understood such a simple principle. The Flame Wolf mercenaries' camp was about a 3-hour infantry journey from Dragon Rocky Mountain. Based on her understanding, the Flame Wolf mercenaries' camp was not very rich. They did not have more than 300 warhorses. Therefore, it was impossible for them to attack purely on cavalry. They could only advance with cavalry and infantry. Luo Yu pointed at the map and said, "They have a lot of people, so they will definitely take the official road. So here. Broken Claw Gorge is a place they must pass through. Broken Claw Gorge is a dangerous place, so it's a very good place for an ambush." Lin Muyu held a cup of fragrant tea to warm herself and said with a smile, "Then choose Broken Claw Gorge for an ambush. Bring more flags and bows. Try to defeat these 1,500 people with the least amount of casualties." Okay. Not long after, Dragon Rocky Mountain was brightly lit. Lin Muyu was a rich man in Lanyan City, so the Longdan army camp did not lack money. All of them were cavalry, and each of them carried bows, spears, and swords. They could attack from afar, on horseback, or on the ground. This was also the greatest characteristic of the Longdan army camp. Their individual combat abilities were very strong. Moreover, there were 2 Heaven State warriors, Lin Muyu and Luo Yu, leading them. This made them even more unstoppable. Only 70 people were left to guard the mountain. The other 200 people got on their horses and went down the mountain under Luo Yu's orders. The cold wind blew on her skin, and it hurt like knives. Lin Muyu lifted the cloak of the temple battle robe to cover her face. She allowed the warhorse to move forward with the team, but she had a different feeling in her heart. The people around her obeyed her orders, and this was the army she truly controlled. This was the first time she personally led an attack, and she could only win. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at Broken Claw Gorge. As the city's name suggested, Broken Claw Gorge was like a sharp claw protruding from the ground. The cliffs were very rugged and steep. Luo Yu and the others stopped and surrounded Lin Muyu, waiting for specific orders. After Lin Muyu carefully examined the surrounding terrain, she simply said, "Luo Yu, lead 100 people and split into 2 groups to go up the mountain. Prepare stones, bows, and flags on the cliffs. When all of their troops enter Broken Claw Gorge, start using bows, arrows, and rolling stones. Also, don't forget to wave the flags and cheer them on. Don't let them know how many people we have. The other 100 people, follow me and hide in the forest at the side. Once they lose their formation, we'll kill them." "Yes, Commander." Everyone's eyes lit up. 200 people against 1,500 people. What kind of challenge was that? However, Lin Muyu was brimming with confidence. Her 200 men were well trained and well equipped, while the other party's 1,500 men were a group of wandering mercenaries. To put it bluntly, they were a motley crew. Everyone hid in the ambush. The cold wind whistled in the air like the angry wailing of ghosts, covering all movements. The snorts of the warhorses had even disappeared with the wind. After waiting for a long time, suddenly, a white flag fluttered left and right on the cliff. Lin Muyu immediately gripped the dragon spirit sword tightly and shouted in a low voice, "Everyone, get on your horses. They're here. Listen to my command and prepare to attack." "Yes." The 100 Longdan army camp mercenaries behind her got on their horses. Their faces were full of fighting spirit. Most of them were human realm and earth realm cultivators, so they were already very strong. Now that they were facing a group of wandering mercenaries, they were even more confident and eager to fight. Finally, the sound of horses galloping could be heard in the wind. In the distance, on the official road below the Broken Claw Gorge, a group of people appeared. This group of mercenaries were actually holding torches and lanterns as they moved forward. Lin Muyu couldn't help but snicker. These idiots, aren't they purposely exposing their position? They really are a motley crew. Who's their leader? Lin Muyu asked. Behind her, a mercenary said, it's Luo Jian, who's at the first firmament of Earth Realm. He's the vice-captain of the Flame Wolves mercenaries. Every time they go out, he's the vanguard. Alright, capture Luo Jian alive. Yes. In the cold wind, the Flame Wolves mercenaries slowly entered the vicinity of Broken Claw Gorge. Just when the last group of them entered Broken Claw Gorge, war drums suddenly sounded. Arrows fell from the cliffs on both sides like rain, and huge rocks fell from the sky. It was like a disaster. At the same time, at least dozens of Longdan army camps' war flags were waving on Broken Claw Gorge, and their shouts soared into the sky. Damn! Lin Muyu grinned. Luo Yu was actually able to make such a big movement, which was very surprising to him. Many people from the Flame Wolves mercenaries quickly died, and their faces were full of anger. In the crowd, Vice-Captain Luo Jian held his sword, urged his horse, and shouted, the way back has been cut off. Those despicable people from Longdan army camp. Brothers, follow me and charge forward. Ignore their ambush, let's go straight to the root of the problem and destroy their nest. More than 1,000 mercenaries rushed forward at the same time, but each and every one of them looked like they had thrown away their helmets and armor. Dang! Lin Muyu pulled out the dragon spirit sword and shouted, kill. She took the lead and opened the wall of the gorge to protect herself and her horse. The other side immediately sent out a large group of soldiers with spears at least 3 meters long to intercept them. This group of wandering mercenaries had some ability, at least they knew how to deal with cavalry. However, Lin Muyu was not an ordinary cavalry. Nay, the warhorse neighed and leaped into the air. Lin Muyu brandished his long sword and the dragon spirit sword sliced through iron like it was mud. Caw caw caw, sounds could be heard as more than a dozen spears were broken. In the next moment, he had already charged into the crowd. He raised his long sword and slashed down from above, directly chopping off the arm of a wandering mercenary. Awesome! Lin Muyu secretly admired the sharpness of this saint-rank sword. When he held the burning prairie sword, he had never felt so comfortable. He spurred his horse forward, and in a flash, he had killed more than a dozen people. Behind him, the mercenaries from Longdan army camp also rushed forward, and the light of their martial spirits was constantly flashing, and the situation quickly became a crushing one. Bastard! Not far away, Luo Jian held a spear in his hand, and the power of his martial spirit appeared on his shoulder. He spurred his horse forward, and before he got close, he shook his spear, and the spearhead was like a poisonous snake trying to swallow Lin Muyu's neck. This kid's spear skills looked very ruthless. But Lin Muyu's reaction speed was faster, and he gently moved his head to avoid the attack, and the spear stabbed into the wall of the gourd. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he gently waved his dragon spirit sword, and with a kacha sound, Luo Jian's spear was directly cut in half. How can this be? Luo Jian retreated, but there was no way out. Lin Muyu rushed forward and fiercely punched him, and with a bang sound, Luo Jian slightly swayed on his horse, and was immediately grabbed by Lin Muyu and placed on the back of the horse. She shouted, Luo Jian has been caught by me, do you still want to continue to struggle? Her martial spirit shone brightly, and an intense doqi appeared around Lin Muyu's body, shooting up into the sky. Immediately, the group of mercenaries were dumbstruck. No one had thought that this would be the result, and even more so, that their vice-captain would be captured in just one round. Luo Yu had already rushed down from the cliff with the burning prairie sword in hand, and loudly shouted, those who put down their weapons will be spared from death, dang. Dang, spears and swords fell to the ground. Sure enough, they were just a motley crew. The Longdan army camp had only suffered a very small loss, but they had managed to capture almost all of the 1,200 plus people. Lin Muyu put Luo Jian down from his horse, and Luo Jian's face was full of shame, and he said, my skills are not as good as yours, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Who wants to kill you? Lin Muyu glanced at him, and said, Luo Jian, are you willing to surrender and join the Longdan army camp? Don't humiliate me. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Luo Jian's eyes burned. Lin Muyu couldn't help but laugh, and said word by word, "Are you trying to express your moral integrity to me? Tell me, your flame wolf mercenary group burned, killed, and plundered, provoking the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. You indiscriminately killed the innocent, and used your strength to bully the weak. What qualifications do you scum have to talk about moral integrity with me? Right now, I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf, and become a mercenary that doesn't let down your conscience. Are you willing to join the Longdan army camp?" Luo Jian's eyes flashed, every word from Lin Muyu stabbed at his sore spot. No matter how strong he was still a despicable wandering mercenary, a person who killed the innocent, and a beast. How could he talk about moral integrity? Your Longdan army camp might not be full of good people, right? In this world, good people don't live long. Luo Jian suddenly said with a sneer. Lin Muyu also smiled, and pointed behind her, and said, "The Longdan army camp will never bully the weak, nor will we indiscriminately kill the innocent for money. If there is, we will kill without mercy. Whether you believe it or not, the Longdan army camp will definitely do it." Luo Jian sighed, and finally made a decision. "Fine, I'll use my cheap life to see if you, Lin Muyu, can really do what you say and be a mercenary that doesn't let down his conscience. And you will get what you want." Lin Muyu was naturally very confident. Why would wandering mercenaries burn, kill, and loot? It was because they were poor, but the Longdan army camp would not be poor. They had an endless income from the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, enough to support a small elite army. The remaining nearly 1,300 wandering mercenaries were all brought back to the Dragon Rocky Mountain, and nearly 742 of them were selected to join the Longdan army camp. The rest were sent away after collecting their weapons and armors. At least, they could not be used by Fengshi again. In the afternoon, a group of mercenaries from the Longdan army camp drank to their heart's content at the celebration banquet. Only Luo Jian sat sullenly at the side. Lin Muyu walked up to him and asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking," Luo Jian wanted to say something but stopped. His eyes swept over Lin Muyu and smiled, "Do you think that Commander Fengshi will let this go?" "Lin Muyu, your celebration banquet is too early. You have to know that the real elites of the Flame Dragon mercenary group are the remaining 1,500 people." "I know." Lin Muyu smiled slightly, "But it's okay, sooner or later they will be my people. Luo you will be responsible for the normal training of the Longdan army camp. I will go out for a few days." "Yes." Luo Yu cupped her fists. Luo Jian's eyes were a little dull, and he was silent. Chapter 178. Sian Mist Town was a peaceful town located in the northeast corner of Yunzhong Commandery. Sian Mist Town was famous for its wine made from 5 grains. Although the town was not large, it had more than 20 pubs, which attracted a lot of paladins and wandering mercenaries. At the same time, Sian Mist Town was also the base of the Flame Wolf mercenary group. Early in the morning, a light drizzle fell from the sky, moistening everything in the small town. The continuous drizzle fell on the stone pavement and the soil, nurturing new life for the next spring. The pedestrians on the road looked hurried. A few burly men with heavy battle axes on their backs were asking about the price of ale in the tavern, but they just shook their heads. They didn't have enough money on them, so they wanted to find a cheaper tavern. In the drizzle, a young man in a yellow straw raincoat walked slowly. He raised his head and lifted his cloak, revealing a delicate and handsome face. He stopped in front of a tavern and immediately attracted the attention of the lady boss of the tavern. She went up to him and said with a smile, "Young master, do you want to stay here or drink?" He smiled slightly. It was a very beautiful smile, but also a little immature, and said, "I want to ask, where is the headquarters of the Flame Wolf mercenary group?" "The Flame Wolf mercenary group?" The proprietress was stunned for a moment, then stopped smiling and said, "Young master, you want to join the Flame Wolf mercenary group, right?" "Yes, Lord Fengshi lives in the courtyard at the northernmost part of this street." But young master, you don't look like a wandering mercenary, do you? Thank you. Lin Muyu cupped her hands in gratitude, pulled down her cloak, and continued to walk in the rain. At this moment, a carriage suddenly galloped in front of them. The coachman's face was full of ferocity. He raised his horsewhip from afar and shouted, "Get out of the way, bastard!" Whoosh! The horsewhip flew in an arc towards Lin Muyu's neck. However, Lin Muyu's speed was even faster. She had already raised her left hand and grabbed the end of the whip with a "pa" sound. With a sudden tug, the coachman was forcefully pulled down from the carriage. It was too dangerous for a coachman to dare to drive a horse so recklessly in a small town. Bang! The coachman fell to the ground and fell flat on his face. His face was covered in mud and water. He hurriedly climbed up and cursed, "Bastard, how dare you be so impudent! Brothers, get off the carriage and chop him up." Immediately, several strong men jumped out of the carriage, carrying broadaxes and long swords. Each one of them had a fierce expression on their faces, and one of them even summoned his martial spirit. It was a mad wolf martial spirit, roughly 7th or 8th grade. Raising his battle axe, he chopped down on Tang Wulin's head, and angrily cursed, "Dare to block this elder's path, courting death." The battle axe was coming at a rapid speed, but Lin Muyu didn't dodge. With a light shout, the indigo gourd walls were released, and with a "peng" sound, the big man was sent flying along with the battle axe. On the other side, a mercenary suddenly thrust his long sword at Lin Muyu's chest, but he didn't think that Lin Muyu's movements would be faster. She dodged the attack, and with a sweep of her right hand, the hilt of her long sword heavily struck the mercenary's chest. Bang! The mercenary let out a muffled groan, and retreated a few steps, gasping for breath. Lin Muyu lifted a corner of her cloak, revealing a pair of frightening eyes, and indifferently said, "Don't provoke me, or else I can't guarantee that I won't be able to hold back next time." The few mercenaries were dumbstruck as they watched Lin Muyu's martial spirit gradually dissipate. None of them dared to say a word, and could only stare blankly as Lin Muyu turned around and left. At this time, at the corner of the street, a monkey-like man saw this scene, and hastily jumped onto his horse, and madly galloped towards the end of the street. He dismounted in front of a house with a green gate, and quickly rushed into the main hall, and loudly said, "Captain, not good, Lin Muyu is here." In the hall, a young martial artist around 30 years old, wearing light armor, was sipping tea, and frowning, he said, "Wang Ho, you're still not calm. How could Lin Muyu dare to come to our Flame Wolf mercenaries' territory alone? But I really saw him, and his martial spirit is a green gourd." Green gourd? Fengshi raised his head to look at him, and said with a smile, "Green gourd martial spirit of the 10th grade, there are countless people in Lanyan City who have a green gourd martial spirit, if not 10,000, there are at least 8,000 people who have a green gourd martial spirit. How can you determine that he is Lin Muyu with just a green gourd martial spirit?" Monkey Wang's face was pale. He gasped for breath and said, "But, his green gourd is an indigo gourd. Moreover, it is infused with Do Qi instead of Jin Qi. I can see it clearly. He is coming towards us." What? Fengshi finally could not sit still any longer. He stood up and bellowed, "Men, gather the troops immediately and get the archers ready. Also, place 300 executioners on both sides of the hall. I want to see what this Lin Muyu is trying to do by sending himself to our doorstep." Yes. The green door was covered with dried moss, dong dong dong, rhythmically knocked on the door, and a mercenary carefully stepped forward to open the door. The moment he opened the door, he took a few steps back, his face was full of vigilance. Outside the door, Lin Muyu shook off the rain on her body, revealing the dignified temple armor under the straw raincoat. The white robe on her back made the mercenaries feel a chill in their hearts, as if the armor was bestowed with some kind of terrible power, making them tremble. "Is Captain Fengshi at home?" Lin Muyu faced the group of mercenaries who pointed their spears at her, and said with a smile, "Is this how the Flame Wolves mercenaries treat their guests?" At this time, Fengshi's voice came from the hall, "All of you stand down." "Ha, it's Master Lin Muyu, I didn't know you came from afar, please forgive me for not welcoming you. Master, please come into the hall for a chat. Many thanks. Lin Muyu's gaze swept across the surrounding group of mercenaries, and just like that, she stepped into the core of the Flame Wolves mercenaries' encampment. Using the Spirit Pulse technique, she could sense at least 500 people surrounding the area, and there were even archers lying in ambush behind the surrounding walls. There were even a few young archers who had already poked their longbows out of the wall and pointed them at her. Ha! With a slight smile, Lin Muyu sat down without hesitation. Fengshi's face was cloudy, and he asked, Master Lin Muyu, may I know why you've come this time? To lobby you. Lobby me for what? Fengshi was stunned. To lobby you to give up your position as captain, and bring your people to join the Longdan army camp. Lin Muyu smiled slightly. What? Fengshi's eyebrows raised, and he said angrily, Lin Muyu, do you think my Flame Wolves mercenaries have no people? If you come here alone, do you believe that I won't turn you into minced meat in minutes? I do. I do. Lin Muyu smiled and cupped her hands, saying, I ask Master Fengshi to spare my life, and let me finish what I have to say first, then it won't be too late to turn me into minced meat. Fengshi held back his anger and said, Fine, tell me, my Flame Wolves mercenaries still have at least 2,000 elites, why should we be at your mercy? If you can't give me a reason that can convince me, then don't even think of walking out of here alive today. Fine. Lin Muyu said lightly, the empire is divided into 12 provinces, and Lanyan City is located in the North Ridge province, so the mercenary world in the North Ridge province is the most prosperous. The total number of mercenary bands in the North Ridge province is uncountable, but there are 8 big mercenary bands. The first-ranked North Ridge mercenary group has over 10,000 soldiers, and the second-ranked Sacred Flame mercenary group also has 9,000 men. In the Cloud Central Commandery, besides you and me, there is another powerful mercenary band, the Flame Dragon mercenary group. They have a total of 7,500 men, over 2,000 warhorses, and are well-equipped. They have long been eyeing your Flame Wolves mercenary group. Don't you feel uneasy, Captain Fengshi? Fengshi took a deep breath, and his expression was very ugly. Lin Muyu's few words seemed to have pierced his vitals, leaving him powerless to refute. The Flame Dragon mercenary group is but a plate of loose sand, nothing to fear. He snorted coldly, and then said, Master Lin Muyu is so calm and composed. Do you think that after the Flame Wolves mercenary group is destroyed, the Flame Dragon mercenary group will let go of your Longdan army camp? They won't. Lin Muyu shook her head and said with a smile, Therefore, divided we are weak, united we are strong. This is the reason why I came today. Oh. Fengshi couldn't help but smile, and said, Since you want our Flame Dragon mercenary group to join the Longdan army camp, then tell me, what qualifications do you have to make us join you? Lin Muyu put up 3 fingers, and said with a faint smile, First, the Longdan army camp's base, Dragon Rocky Mountain, is dangerous, easy to defend, and hard to attack. Second, the Longdan army camp has enough food and weapons, and we can buy another batch of warhorses, which will be enough to fight against the Flame Dragon mercenary group. Third, the Longdan army camp has a few very powerful generals, including Luo Yu, who has stepped into the Heaven Realm. Master Fengshi, do you have these? Fengshi was actually speechless, and said, Even so, our Flame Wolves mercenary group has no reason to join you. No, you do. Lin Muyu smiled faintly, you don't have money, whether it is weapons or warhorses, they are very scarce. Look at the weapons used by the people outside, many of them have been seriously worn out. Do you want your brothers to take such equipment and risk their lives against the Flame Dragon mercenary group? Fengshi was speechless, and said, Our Flame Wolves mercenary group has rarely plundered in the past half a year, and only recuperated in Cyan Mist Town, otherwise, Lin Muyu smiled, Commander Fengshi, since you don't want to do things that go against your conscience, why don't you join the Longdan army camp? As long as you join the Longdan army camp, I promise to equip each of you with warhorses, excellent weapons, and suitable armor. I will keep my word. Really? Fengshi was a little bit tempted, and when he said these words, he was a little bit regretful. He shook his head and laughed at himself. Poor people are short of ambition. Lin Muyu couldn't help laughing. The Longdan army camp never plunders people, nor does it indiscriminately kill the innocent. Isn't this enough for you to join us? As long as you join the Longdan army camp, I can make you the deputy commander. How about it? But if you must be the enemy of the Longdan army camp, then... Lin Muyu pointed at the military rank on her collar, and said with a threatening smile, that is to be the enemy of the whole empire. Even if you kill me here, my brothers Feng Jixing and Qin Lei will lead tens of thousands of people to flatten your Flame Wolves mercenary group. Alas, Fengshi finally couldn't bear this kind of psychological pressure. His eyes turned red, and he said in pain, then how can I believe your promise to me that you have enough capital to provide equipment for 2,000 people? Lin Muyu reached into her qiankun bag, took out a handful of diamond coins, and sprinkled them on the table. Is this proof enough? This, Fengshi was shocked, and the mercenaries at the side were also surprised. They were actually of civilian origin, and after becoming mercenaries, they earned a lot of money, but it was only in gold coins. They rarely saw diamond coins. Alright, when do we set off for Dragon Rocky Mountain? Let's do it today. It's better to leave earlier than later. Okay. Fengshi's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Then how can you be sure that I won't play tricks, take the opportunity to take down Dragon Rocky Mountain, and replace the Longdan army camp? Lin Muyu smiled faintly, and slowly opened the 5 fingers of her right hand. A small indigo gourd slowly rose from her palm, and the mighty fighting energy turned into light purple 7 luminaries profound energy. For a moment, a strong wind raged, blowing the surrounding people back. His eyes were indifferent, and he said with a smile, because I can easily kill you, so why should I worry? Chapter 179. While the drizzle was still falling, a large group of Fire Wolf mercenaries had already carried their weapons and led their horses out of Cyan Mist Town. This also meant that Lin Muyu's persuasion operation this time had been a success. Simply by explaining the pros and cons of the situation, Lin Muyu had taken down the remaining 2,000 people of Wind Creek Town without shedding any blood. Lin Muyu put on her straw raincoat again and rode a horse side by side with Fengshi. Behind them, the mercenaries were either walking or pulling carts. The carts stored the mercenary group's assets. The Flame Wolf mercenary group was really poor. They even brought tables and chairs with them. Lin Muyu didn't say much. It was a good thing to run a household. I heard that the captain is also a commoner. Fengshi pulled his cloak to cover his face and said with a smile. This young captain of the Flame Wolf mercenary group now respected and feared Lin Muyu at the same time. So he was very careful when he spoke. Yes. Lin Muyu nodded and said with a smile, but Sir Fengshi, you don't need to worry. I'm different from those people in the capital. In my eyes, commoners and nobles are the same. Everyone is born equal. Fengshi couldn't help but be taken aback. This subordinate has heard that Milord saved His Majesty and Princess Qin Yin at Deer Cry Park, and was even adopted by His Majesty as his godson. With Milord's current status, why do you still want to participate in this mercenary competition? That status is given by others. If others want to take it away, they can take it away at any time. Lin Muyu shook her arm, sprinkling the rain on the mountain road. Fengshi smiled, Sir, can our Longdan army camp really be honorable and fair? Lin Muyu turned to look at him with a frightening light in her eyes. She said with certainty, you have to ask yourself. Fengshi, if you have the word chivalry in your heart, our Longdan army camp will certainly be different. If every mercenary has the word chivalry in their heart, Longdan army camp will naturally not be reduced to those mercenary groups that kill innocent people. Yes. Fengshi nodded heavily, his eyes shining. Sir, I understand. Help me pick out those bloodthirsty mercenaries from the Flame Wolves mercenary group who kill for pleasure. Give them gold coins when we return to Dragon Rocky Mountain and let them make a living on their own. The Longdan army camp doesn't need anyone who has killed innocent people. Yes, this subordinate will do as you say. They arrived at Dragon Rocky Mountain at noon. Luo Yu had already received the news and led a group of people down the mountain to welcome them. Feng Shi led everyone up the mountain with a dignified demeanor. His gaze landed on Luo Jian and he couldn't help but sneer. Vice Commander Luo Jian seems to be enjoying himself. Have you already put on the Longdan Army Camp's badge? Luo Jian's face turned pale. Leader, I was also forced to do this, really. Feng Shi's gaze was cold. He didn't say anything else and urged his horse to leave. Lin Muyu and Luo Yu looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that the integration of the Longdan Army Camp and the Flame Wolves mercenary group was also a big problem. If it wasn't handled well, they were afraid that there would be internal strife before the Flame Dragons mercenary group even attacked. In the afternoon, they had their meal as usual. The food in the Longdan Army Camp was very simple, no different from that in the army. This was something that Lin Muyu paid special attention to. Every meal was basically a few large flatbreads and a bowl of sparse meat soup. They would eat meat once every 3 days, from top to bottom. Even the leader, Lin Muyu, held a bowl of meat soup and sat with Luo Yu, chewing on the flatbreads. Feng Shi carried the meat soup and sat beside Lin Muyu. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sir, we eat this every day. Didn't you say that the Longdan Army Camp doesn't lack money? Why is the food so bad? Lin Muyu also smiled. Feng Shi, this is the standard of food for the royal army in Yanlan City. So, our Longdan Army Camp will also use this standard. After all, our Longdan Army Camp isn't a mercenary group that plunder for a living. If we feed the soldiers' mouths, I'm afraid we won't be able to feed them in the future. Also, the harder it is, the stronger they will be in the future. Yes. A look of respect appeared on Feng Shi's face. He took a sip of the meat soup and smiled, hearing what Sir said. This meat soup seems to have become fresh and delicious. Lin Muyu and Luo Yu both laughed. Feng Shi ate and asked, Luo Yu, what realm is your cultivation? Level 60 Heaven Realm. Luo Yu put down the flatbreads and smiled. Heaven Realm. Feng Shi's expression darkened and he said with a desolate expression, Sir Luo Yu is a Heaven Realm elite, but she is only a vice commander in the Longdan Army Camp. I, Feng Shi, am only a second Heaven Realm War Elder. Sigh, I'm not worthy of being a vice commander. Luo Yu couldn't help but laugh. She patted his shoulder and said, Brother Feng Shi, don't be so depressed. You can slowly improve your strength through cultivation. You can be a vice commander because of your prestige. If you weren't here at Dragon Rocky Mountain, do you think these 2,000 Fire Wolves mercenaries would obediently stay here and listen to our orders? Lin Muyu also smiled and said, Luo Yu is right. In the future, the Longdan Army Camp will need your help, Feng Shi. Feng Shi put down the bowl of soup and cupped his fists with a burning gaze. This subordinate is willing to work for Sir. Alright. Let's choose the people who will stay in the afternoon. Yes. After lunch, Feng Shi chose one by one. From the 1900-plus people in the Fire Wolves mercenary group, he chose 1,442 people to stay. The rest were each given 20 Jinin coins as a settlement fee and were allowed to leave on their own. Most of these people had killed innocent people, and many of their hands were already stained with blood. Lin Muyu wasn't willing to let these people stay in the Longdan Army Camp. Once a person's murderous nature was cultivated, they would probably lose their humanity. On the other hand, Feng Shi was under a great deal of pressure. Many of these people were mercenaries who had followed him for many years. Although they had killed people like flies, they were still brothers. Many of them cried when they left. Just like that, the 1,442 new blood and the original 742 people joined the Longdan Army Camp. After absorbing the 2,000-plus people in the Fire Wolves mercenary group, the Longdan Army Camp now had 2,458 people. This number could already be considered a very impressive force. As long as Luo Yu and Feng Shi trained them over time, the combat strength of the Longdan Army Camp would definitely be renewed. In the afternoon, a huge signboard slowly rose up and was hung in the main hall that served as the headquarters of the army. This hall was originally remodeled from the main altar of the House of Chivalry. All the luxurious furnishings that were originally set up inside were all removed and replaced with a structure similar to that of the army's central military tent. There were many everlasting lamps and 10 guards. The signboard glowed with a dazzling luster under the sunlight, reflecting the 3 large words, Jiedu Hall. This was the name that Luo Yu came up with. Jiedu, it just happened to reflect the ancient military position of China, Jiedu. It represented a kind of authority to control the army. At the same time, the Jiedu Hall also had a meaning of control. Sir, this is the classification of the military ranks in the Longdan army camp that I have thought of. Luo Yu handed over a scroll. On it, it listed the military ranks that he had set up for the Longdan army camp. It was very detailed: Level 1, Regiment Commander, Highest Commander Level 2, Deputy Regiment Commander, Secondary Commander. The 3rd level, Dragon Commander, has the power to command 1,000 men. Level 4, Tiger Commander, commanding 500 people. Level 5, Wolf Commander, commanding 100 people. Level 6, Sergeant, commanding 10 people. Level 7, Corporal, commanding 5 people. Level 8, Elite Soldier. Level 9, by Soldier. After Lin Muyu finished reading, she nodded approvingly. The classification is very detailed. How exactly should we implement it? Luo Yu cupped his fists and smiled. Using contributions to promote one's military rank, with clear rewards and punishments to boost morale. Currently, there are only 2 Dragon Commander positions. Let me and Sir Fengxi take up the positions. Once there are other generals with outstanding contributions, the 2 of us will just give up our positions. All the Tiger Commander and Wolf Commander positions will temporarily be vacant. Alright, let's do that. Lin Muyu nodded in agreement. Fengxi looked at Luo Yu respectfully and said, Sir, Luo Yu was born a commoner, but you seem to be so familiar with the army's structure. You can even be called a good general. I wonder, where did you learn so much? Luo Yu blushed and said respectfully, actually, I won't hide it from the 2 of you. Although I was born a commoner, it was only because my family had declined. Luo Yu's ancestor was ranked 2nd in Soaring Clouds Pavilion. Soaring Clouds Pavilion? Fengxi was shocked. Could it be that Sir Luo Yu's ancestor was Luo Tonghai, ranked 2nd in Soaring Clouds Pavilion's 26 meritorious subjects? Luo Yu nodded lightly and said, it's a pity that none of us descendants can become great people. We have brought shame to our ancestors' name. Speaking of which, it's really embarrassing. Lin Muyu smiled slightly. It's all right. There are many opportunities to make contributions in this life. Luo Yu's eyes were burning as he looked at Lin Muyu and said, Sir, Luo Yu would like to ask you a question. Go ahead. Sir, will our Longdan army camp continue to exist as mercenaries, or will we one day fight for the Qin Empire? Lin Muyu took a deep breath and said, if the world really needs us to stand up for ourselves, then the Longdan army camp will definitely rush to the battlefield. This is also the reason why I established the Longdan army camp. Don't worry, Luo Yu. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely have the opportunity to make contributions to the Qin Empire. You can even become a famous general like your ancestor. Luo Yu's body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with fanaticism as he cupped his fists excitedly and said, Subordinate Luo Yu swears to follow Sir until death. Lin Muyu nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, he finally understood the rules of this world and gradually learned how to manage people. What Luo Yu needed was a chance to make contributions. He wanted to become a famous general, while Fengxi needed a strong backing and someone to point him in the right direction. Now that Lin Muyu had provided them with what they needed the most, the 2 of them would naturally repay him with their lives. The discussion continued until late at night, when Luo Yu reminded him, My lord, we're about to purchase 2,000 horses from the western regions. This subordinate has already arranged for the horses to be delivered to Dragon Rocky Mountain in about 7 days. Each horse costs 80 Jin coins, so that's a total of 160,000 Jin coins. Including the saddles, horseshoes, fodder, etc., I'm afraid that we won't be able to afford them without 200,000 Jin coins. Understood, Lin Muyu opened his Cosmos sack and took out another 300 diamond coins. He handed them all to Luoyu. His heart ached. There were only 60 diamond coins left in the sack. He felt extremely poor. Raising a powerful mobile army was indeed not something an ordinary person could afford. However, Lin Muyu thought of the 100 bottles of Dream of Extreme Peaks that were auctioned in the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. They had not received the money yet, so it should be enough. Chapter 180. The next day, the warm sunlight shone on Lanyan City, making the white bricks of the city look even whiter. Lin Muyu led the horse and entered the Imperial Merchant firm with a weary face. Big brother you. Jin Xiaotang's voice seemed to have a certain appeal. Although Lin Muyu knew that this was her business strategy, he had unconsciously treated Jin Xiaotang as a younger sister. He shook his head and laughed at himself. He was 2F** king immersed in his role. Here, the average transaction price of 100 bottles of Dream of the Zenith last time was 7,700 Jin coins, so we got a total of 770,000 Jin coins. After deducting the 10% handling fee, we need to pay you a total of 700,000 Jin coins. Big brother you, do the math. There are a total of 700 diamond coins here, all prepared for you. Looking at the large pile of diamond coins glistening under the light, Lin Muyu secretly praised. The Imperial Merchant firm was indeed not short of money. This was the economic center of Lanyan City. From high-end weapons and medicine to rice and cloth that were close to the people's livelihood, the Imperial Merchant firm alone supported almost half of Lanyan City's economy. It was no wonder that Jin Xiaotang's status in Lanyan City was so outstanding that she felt like she could summon wind and rain. However, this beautiful girl knew how to hide her strength and bide her time. She did not offend anyone and only focused on business operations. Stuffing piles of diamond coins into the Qiankuan bag, Lin Muyu's heart was filled with happiness. Jin Xiaotang tilted her head and watched him collect the money. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the dragon spirit sword on his back. She couldn't help but be stunned. She opened her small mouth and said, Big brother you recast a weapon? Yes. What's the name of this sword? The dragon spirit sword. It was forged from that stubborn stone of yours and fused with the 10,000-year dragon snake soul. It looks so powerful. Jin Xiaotang was in high spirits and said with a smile, that. Big brother you, can you let Xiaotang see the sharpness of this dragon spirit sword? I can feel that, this sword must be very sharp, right? Well, how do you want to see it? Lin Muyu asked with a smile. Jin Xiaotang thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Our Imperial Chamber of Commerce's shield shop has recently received a batch of shields with excellent defense. How about this? I'll have someone send over a shield, and you can try it out. All right. Jin Xiaotang immediately opened the door and said to the people outside, Uncle Wang, have the owner of the shield shop deliver the fire armor shield that he is most proud of. Yesterday I heard him brag that this shield is the hardest thing in the world. No weapon can harm it, and even the Emperor's Desolation sword can't cut it. All right, first young miss, please wait a moment. Not long after, a burly man walked in with a giant shield that had flames lingering around it. This burly man was the owner of the shield shop. He only wore a thin shirt in the middle of winter, and his chest hair was exposed. He looked very domineering, and could be said to be the overlord of the shop owners. He casually walked into the back hall, and placed the shield on the ground with a dang sound. He smiled and said, Miss Tang, what's wrong? What kind of weapon did you find to break my fire armor shield? Ha, don't say I didn't warn you. If you can't cut it, I won't be responsible if your weapon breaks. Jin Xiaotang smiled slightly and said, Uncle Zhou, what's the point of just testing the shield? Why don't we make a bet? Bet? All right, Miss Xiaotang, what do you want to bet? Jin Xiaotang blinked and said, How about this, if I can cut the fire armor shield, I'll increase my share of the profits from the sale of your shields from 10% to 20%. The owner's eyes were immediately filled with passion. What if I can't cut it? Jin Xiaotang covered her mouth and laughed, If you can't cut it, I won't take a single copper coin from your shop's rent in the future. How about it? The owner was very happy and said with the shield in his hand, all right, it's a deal. At the side, Lin Muyu said, can I add a bargaining chip? What bargaining chip? If I can cut this fire armor shield, shopkeeper Zhou will give me 200 superior grade shields. How about it? Shopkeeper Zhou raised his thick eyebrows, as you say. I have confidence in my shields. All right, please hold the shield well. Be careful, don't hurt yourself. Don't worry, come on. Shopkeeper Zhou shouted in a low voice. His sea of energy sank, and he stood there with the shield in his hand. He actually gave off the feeling of an immovable mountain. Lin Muyu couldn't help but sigh. The imperial capital was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This small shop owner actually had the cultivation of the second level of the earth realm. Clang! The dragon's spirit sword was unsheathed, and the blade shone brightly. Lin Muyu held the sword with one hand, and battle energy surged into it. In an instant, the dragon's spirit sword shone brightly, and there was actually a dragon snake circling around the sword. Saint Beast Soul. Jin Xiaotang's mouth fell open, and she said, it really is a saint-grade soul. Hee, Uncle Zhou, you have to be careful. Lin Muyu leaped forward, and her body spun in the air. She swung the sword with one hand, and the dragon's spirit sword drew a beautiful arc in the air. With overwhelming battle energy, it directly landed on the fire armor shield. Kacha! The sound was very clear. The sword swept past, and in the next moment, Lin Muyu had already sheathed the sword. Clang! It was as if the dragon's spirit sword had never been unsheathed. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, shopkeeper Zhou stood there in a daze. He was almost scared out of his wits by Lin Muyu's sudden increase in power. That was a heavenly realm expert. Looking down, the fire armor shield that he was so proud of had already been broken in half. Lin Muyu's control of her strength was perfect. The battle energy only split the shield, but it did not extend out to cut shopkeeper Zhou's arm. Otherwise, with the sharpness of the dragon's spirit sword, perhaps shopkeeper Zhou's body would have been cut in half. No, with the angle that Lin Muyu had slashed at, shopkeeper Zhou would have been cut into 5 pieces. How is this possible? Looking at the scattered fire armor shield on the ground, shopkeeper Zhou's face was full of disbelief. This is a shield forged from the black turtle fire armor for 10,000 years, how could it be cut in half? Jin Xiaotang patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, Uncle Zhou, if you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Shopkeeper Zhou nodded, of course, but sir, can you let me take a look at your sword? Lin Muyu crossed her arms in front of her chest, and smiled as she shook her head, no, it's just a slightly sharp blade. He understood the principle of not showing off one's wealth. In fact, the reason why he was willing to make the bet was to help Jin Xiaotang. Otherwise, he would not have been willing to let the dragon's spirit sword out of its sheath so easily. After all, the more people knew about this sword, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Fine, shopkeeper Zhou said dejectedly, sir, please come with me. I will fulfill my promise and give you 200 excellent quality shields. What do you want these shields for? Just send them directly to the Eagle Nest camp. Okay. Shopkeeper Zhou's eyes lit up, and he said, sir, could you be the new commander of the Eagle Nest camp, Lin Muyu? The Lin Muyu who saved Her Highness? Yes. Ha, I see. Then I did not give these 200 shields to the wrong person. Ha, thank you very much. You're welcome. It is the store's honor to be able to send these shields to the royal guards. At night, the 200 shields were sent to the Eagle Nest camp directly into the military warehouse, and then distributed to those who needed them. As for Lin Muyu, the idle commander, he finally returned to the Eagle Nest camp. Fortunately, he had Wei Chou and Xiahou Sang, these two capable men, to help him take care of the Eagle Nest camp. Otherwise, he would have been in a terrible situation. Sir. Wei Chou stood at the side, cupped his fists, and said, after the winter sacrifice ceremony, the Zetian Palace's new mission has been sent to the Eagle Nest camp. The mission this time is relatively simple. We need to hunt 30 cloud deer and 500 swift wolf skins in the dragon-seeking forest within a month. In addition, His Majesty wants to customize new battle robes for the commander-level generals stationed at the border, so we need 100 snow fox skins. Yesterday, I led 30 people to the edge of the dragon-seeking forest and have already hunted 40 snow foxes. Lin Muyu couldn't help but smile. So efficient. Xiahou Sang joked, Sir Wei Chao's archery skills are becoming more and more exquisite. Now, it can be said that he can shoot a willow leaf 100 steps away, and with the demon-devouring bow that the commander rewarded him with, killing those snow foxes is like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Wei Chou smiled awkwardly. Sir Xiahou Sang, you flatter me. This is the result of the Eagle Nest Camp's soldiers working together. As he spoke, Wei Chou suddenly thought of something and said, Sir, the Triennial Sword Duel Tournament will be held in 5 days. There are less than 3 days until the registration period. Has Sir signed up? I heard that Feng Jixing, Qin Lei, and the others have all signed up. Oh, the sword duel tournament is finally starting? Lin Muyu grinned and said with a smile, all right, where can I sign up? The sword duel tournament is directly organized by the Zetian Temple, so you can directly sign up with the Zetian Temple's official. It is said that the registration fee is very expensive, 100 Jinin coins. Ordinary people can't afford it, and after signing up, you must be selected by the Ministry of War before you can participate. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for commoners to have the opportunity to participate. Is that so? Lin Muyu frowned and said, what are the benefits of winning the sword duel tournament? You can obtain the Gilded Dragon Talisman bestowed by His Majesty. This Gilded Dragon Talisman is a symbol of military power that is higher than the Tiger Talisman. Those who possess the Gilded Dragon Talisman can directly mobilize an army of less than 10,000 soldiers in any province within the imperial capital, but after the operation, they must report back to the Zetian Temple. I believe that the Gilded Dragon Talisman is more of a symbol. Lin Muyu frowned and said, then there must be a lot of people participating in the sword duel tournament? The noble young masters of Lanyan City and those with extraordinary cultivation will all participate, and there are even quite a number of people who have traveled thousands of miles from the other 11 provinces. For many of the declining noble families, seizing the Gilded Dragon Talisman will be an opportunity for their families to rise again. Will Xiang Yu participate? Lin Muyu said indifferently, if Xiang Yu participates, I'm afraid that others won't have the chance. Wei Chou smiled and said, don't worry about this, madam. Commander Xiang Yu will not participate. Why? Because the age limit for the sword duel tournament is 35 years old and below, and Commander Xiang Yu is already 37 years old. All right, then it's settled. Lin Muyu pressed the table and said with a smile, Wei Chou, follow me to the Zetian Temple. Yes. Chapter 181. In the Zetian Hall, the palace administrator, Ko Sun, wore a high crown on his head and his hands hung low in front of his chest. He looked at the group of eagle guards outside with an extremely respectful expression and said with a smile, may I ask which lord wishes to participate in the sword duel assembly? Me. Lin Muyu stepped forward, but Wei Chou and the others didn't participate. If they couldn't get first place, it would be a waste of the 100 Jinin coins. Ko Sun smiled faintly and said, so it's the Lord Commander who wishes to participate. All right then, please write your name on the register, then put your fingerprint on it and pay the money. Many thanks. Lin Muyu walked forward and took the quill from a guard. She wrote her name on the register and put her fingerprint on it. At the same time, she glanced over and saw that there were 2 other applicants in front of her. One was Yuan Lian, and the other was Tan Zhong. They seemed to be the names of the children of officials. That Yuan Lian was most likely the person who had appeared at the auction house last time. He was the son of the protector of the realm, Yuan Xie. He must also have some ability. After signing, Ko Sun glanced at Lin Muyu's handwriting and held back a smile. All right, it's done. The sword duel assembly will be held on the viewing platform in front of the Zetian Hall in 5 days. Lord Commander, please don't be late. Many thanks. Lin Muyu cupped her fists and turned to lead Wei Chou and the others out of the side hall of the Zetian Hall. However, they hadn't walked too far when they saw a group of maids walking over with lanterns in their hands. The moonlight fell on the face of the woman in the middle, reflecting a bright and beautiful luster. It was none other than Qin Yin who had arrived. Big brother Yu. Qin Yin quickened her pace and arrived at Lin Muyu's side as light as a butterfly. She smiled and said, "You didn't even tell Xiao Yin that you were coming to the palace." "Fortunately, Imperial Father's attendant told me." Her expression was affectionate as she held on to Lin Muyu's arm. Immediately, Wei Chou and the rest revealed dubious expressions, as though they understood what was going on. This caused Lin Muyu to feel slightly awkward as she said, "I'm here to sign up for the sword duel tournament, so I didn't come looking for you because there's nothing special." Qin Yin pouted. "Then you can come and see me too." Lin Muyu didn't know how to argue with him, so she said, "Isn't that? Ah, the moonlight tonight is really nice." Qin Yin raised her face and looked at the moonlight. She couldn't help but smile. "The moonlight is beautiful, but brother Yu, you should come with me. Father wants to see you." "Oh, His Majesty wants to see me. Alright, let's go." Alright. The group headed straight for the main hall of Zetian Palace. Wei Chou and the rest of the Imperial Guards stayed outside, and only Lin Muyu was pulled by Qin Yin into the main hall. However, Qin Jin wasn't at the back of the main hall, but in the back hall. When Lin Muyu walked over, she was given a fright. She saw that the emperor was actually wearing a simple set of clothing and was currently stir-frying an iron wok. This emperor of the empire was actually cooking. You're here." Qin Jin smiled without even turning his head. "Wait a moment. Father's stir-fried clouded deer tongue sliced meat will be ready very soon. You didn't even tell me that you were coming back. Fortunately, an attendant told me, so I had Xiao Yin call you over. Today, our family will have a good reunion dinner together. In the future, remember to come back for dinner every festival. Otherwise, there will only be me and Xiao Yin at this large table. You also know that Xiao Yin has always loved crowds since she was young." Lin Muyu's heart warmed. She cupped her fists and said, I understand, father. Sit down and wait for a moment." "Oh right, Xiao Yin, go warm up the wine. The weather is getting cold, and drinking ice-cold wine will hurt your stomach." "Yes, father." The way the empire warmed wine was very simple. Qin Yin placed the wine pot in a golden cauldron and poured some hot water into the cauldron. Just like that, she warmed the wine. Lin Muyu didn't sit down. She turned around and walked out of the main hall. She said to Wei Chou and the rest, "I'm going to eat at Zetian Palace today. You guys go back to the Eagle Nest camp for dinner. If you're late, the spiritual fire department will close." Wei Chou smiled. "There's no need. We'll just wait here for Milord. At least we can look after each other." That's fine." Lin Muyu nodded. She understood what Wei Chou was thinking. Now that Lin Muyu was the emperor's godson and was on good terms with Feng Jixing, Qin Lei, and Qin Yin, Divine Marquis Zheng Yifan had long since viewed her as a thorn in his side. If she went out alone, she might fall into Zheng Yifan's clutches. No matter how strong Lin Muyu was, she was no match for Zheng Yifan. There was no doubt about that. If Wei Chou and a dozen other imperial guards were present, they could at least put up a fight against Zheng Yifan. Even if they couldn't win, they would still be able to escape unscathed. After all, the demon-devouring bow in Wei Chou's hands wasn't something to be trifled with. As long as they didn't fall into the range of Zheng Yifan's oppressive aura, the arrows should be the most dreadful attack for a sanctuary expert like Zheng Yifan. After all, arrows didn't have any spiritual nature and weren't affected by the oppressive aura domain. By the time they returned to Zetian Palace, Qin Yin had already warmed up the wine. Meanwhile, Qin Jin had already taken out the cloud deer tongue, sliced pork and stir-fried small sharp peppers from the wok. An alluring fragrance immediately filled the air. At the same time, Qin Jin opened the steamer at the side. Surprisingly, there was a dish of bear paw stewed with blood ginseng inside. The fragrance was almost suffocating. Coupled with the other dishes, the table was soon filled with a sumptuous feast. Qin Jin clapped his hands and removed the apron in front of his chest. He regained the demeanor of an emperor and said with a smile, "What are you waiting for? You, sit down. Xiao Yin, sit down as well. Pour some wine for Imperial Father and Big Brother." Qin Yin smiled very sweetly. "All right." The special flower plum wine was very fragrant. When a cup of wine was placed in front of them, just the smell alone was enough to make one intoxicated. Lin Muyu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She savored the fragrance of the flower plum wine and sighed inwardly. The longer she stayed in this world, the more likely she would become a drunkard. This was not good. Qin Jin looked at Lin Muyu's expression and could not help but smile. "You, come, have a drink with Imperial Father." All right." Lin Muyu raised her cup and said with a smile, "Here's to Imperial Father's good health and all the best in your life." Qin Jin was taken aback by such a congratulatory speech. However, he soon felt relieved and said with a smile, "Yu's words are really interesting. Come, let's drink to the brim. This is the first time our family has tasted Imperial Father's cooking together. Let's not stand on ceremony." As soon as the wine entered her stomach, a warm current immediately rose in her abdomen. Although the flower plum wine was very fragrant, the alcohol content was not low. If she drank too much, she would probably become very drunk. Just as Lin Muyu was considering how much wine she should drink, Qin Jin pushed the pot containing the blood ginseng stewed with bear paw forward and said, "You, try this dish. Imperial Father has stewed this bear paw for a whole day, so it should taste very good. The blood ginseng is good for clearing blood clots and is said to be able to heal bruises caused during cultivation. You and Xiao Yin should eat more." Many thanks, Imperial Father. No need to be so polite. Xiao Yin, have a drink with your big brother Yu. All right. Qin Yin picked up some food for Lin Muyu. After watching him eat 2 mouthfuls, she raised her cup and said with a smile, "Big brother Yu, Xiao Yin offers a toast to you. I hope that your cultivation will improve and you will step into the divine domain as soon as possible." No, I should say that you will step into the divine domain as soon as possible. Lin Muyu could not help but laugh. It's already difficult to step into the 3rd heavenly realm, let alone the divine domain or the divine domain. However, many thanks for Xiao Yin's auspicious words. He tilted his head back and drank the cup of wine. He could not help but complain. The wine cups in Zetian Palace were really not small. They were like large bowls. Just 2 cups of wine had already made him feel a little dizzy. He ate more food. Qin Jin's culinary skills were indeed top-notch. Even the chefs in places like Tingyu Restaurant were not necessarily better than him. It had to be said that Lin Muyu had a rather satisfying meal. Gradually, he did not feel very reserved anymore. After all, Qin Jin and Qin Yin seemed to really treat him as part of their family. After an unknown period of time, his head felt a little heavy. When he was about 60 to 70% drunk, his stomach was also full. Lin Muyu tried his best to maintain a respectful and humble attitude. He did not want to show his original arrogance in front of Qin Jin. After all, Qin Jin was a supreme existence in this world. It was already rare for him to treat him like this. If he were to overstep his boundaries, it would be unreasonable. If someone respected him, he would respect them tenfold. This was the way Lin Muyu did things. You're also participating in the sword contest meet? Qin Jin asked with a smile. That's right. Lin Muyu took advantage of the fact that he was tipsy. He placed one hand on the table and said with a smile, "When I first met Xiao Yin, she advised me to participate in the sword contest meet. Now that I'm a royal guard, there's nothing wrong with me participating in the sword contest meet. Besides, the top few in the sword contest meet should all be rewarded, right? Qin Jin laughed. That's only natural. The sword contest meet is held once every 3 years. It's the main channel through which the empire selects its generals. Those who get into the top 8 of the sword contest meet will at least be promoted to the rank of a Chiliarch or above. The top 3 will have limitless prospects, and the person who gets first place will receive the Gilded Dragon Talisman. As he spoke, Qin Jin stood up and took out an exquisite treasure chest from the gilded cabinet behind him. He opened the chest and immediately found a golden dragon-shaped talisman. He smiled and said, "This is the Gilded Dragon Talisman. With this talisman, one can command any army in the empire that has less than 10,000 people. You must get first place, Lin Muyu was a little puzzled and said, Big brother Feng Jixing and Qin Lei are also participating in the sword contest meet. Moreover, there are other experts. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for me to get first place." "Imperial Father, you want me to get first place?" Qin Jin smiled slightly. "Don't ask so many questions. Just get first place. In short, don't let Zhen Fang, Yuan Lian, Ling Feng, and the others get the Gilded Dragon Talisman. If you or Feng Jixing or Qin Lei get the Gilded Dragon Talisman, then those 10,000 troops will be under Imperial Father's control." Otherwise, Lin Muyu seemed to understand something. She narrowed her eyes and said, "If there's someone who can wield this Gilded Dragon Talisman, then Imperial Father can have an army of 10,000 soldiers, right?" "Smart." Qin Jin smiled cheerfully. It's late. Go back and rest early." Thank you, Imperial Father. There's still a lot of food here. Shall I bring some back for you?" Thinking about how Wei Chou and the others were still hungry outside, Lin Muyu nodded. Thank you, Imperial Father." Chapter 182. When Lin Muyu walked out with a basket filled with food, Wei Chou and the others revealed gratified expressions. They all understood the saying that accompanying a ruler was akin to accompanying a tiger. Disregarding the reward, it was already a blessing for Lin Muyu to be able to come out alive. However, Lin Muyu's complexion looked good, which made them feel relieved. "It smells so good. What are you carrying, milord?" Wei Chou asked with a smile. Lin Muyu waved the basket and said with a smile, "His Majesty personally cooked some food. I brought some out." "Ah, really?" Xiahou Sang's eyes widened. "Commander, is this really food personally cooked by His Majesty?" "Yes, how can it be fake?" Milord, can we have a taste?" Lin Muyu smiled. "I'm already full. I brought it out to reward you." "All right, it's not appropriate to say such things in Zhe Tian Palace. Get on your horses and follow me out of the imperial city." "Yes." Not long after, a group of people slowly rode on their horses along Tongtian Street. Lin Muyu distributed the food in the basket to the eagle guards. For a moment, Wei Chou, Xiahou Sang, and the others ate the bear paw and pheasant meat. All of them were on the verge of tears as they thanked the heavens for their kindness. To Wei Chou, Xiahou Sang, and the others, Qin Jin was the ruler of all living beings. To be able to eat the food cooked by Qin Jin was an honor in itself. Many people served in the imperial army but never got to see Qin Jin, the Radiant King, once in their entire lives. Those who could eat the food personally cooked by the Radiant King should be able to smile in the underworld, right? "It's delicious." Wei Chou's eyes were a little red as he said, "His Majesty can truly be said to be unparalleled. His culinary skills are simply amazing. No wonder it's widely spread among the people and they all praise him as a brilliant ruler." "Is that so?" Lin Muyu took advantage of her drunkenness and said with a smile, "Yes. His Majesty is indeed a wise ruler." In reality, this was not what he thought in his heart. Although Qin Jin was a gentle person, this was also his greatest flaw. As an emperor, it was important to be gentle, but he did not have enough authority. This was why he could not do anything when Zhen Yifan, Luo Xing, and the others were so overbearing. Qin Jin had only grasped half of the skills of an emperor. Is it really delicious? Lin Muyu asked with a smile. It's delicious. Wei Chou and Xiahou Sang said in unison. Then, they quickly wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes. Lin Muyu could not understand why these people were crying. However, when she recalled what Qin Jin had said to her at the end, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Did Qin Jin really see her as his adopted son? That might not be the case. He knew that with his abilities, the chances of him obtaining first place in the sword duel tournament were extremely high. Perhaps the reason why he was so nice to him was to make use of him. Making use of him. He sighed. His heart was filled with helplessness. My lord, what are you talking about? Wei Chou asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Lin Muyu tightened his collar and said, let's go quickly. It's very cold at night in Lanyan City. Yes. On Eagle's Nest Mountain, the cold wind howled like the wails of ghosts and gods. Lin Muyu sat in his room and slowly released the spirit pulse technique. In an instant, his spirit became clear, and the drunkenness disappeared. His spirit was refreshed. As his cultivation progressed, it seemed like the strength of his spirit was also increasing. Perhaps he could control the power of the fourth star. He could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. Whoosh! He stood up and put on his cloak. Lin Muyu raised his right palm and quickly increased his battle energy. The power of the fourth star swirled in the depths of his energy reserve. Suddenly, the scene became extremely demonic. Waves of demonic power appeared around him, gradually distorting the power of space. Everything around him became faint. This was also the unique feature of the fourth star's attack. It could distort space and cause damage to all targets within a certain range. For luminaries, demon and gods cry. The power suddenly exploded. However, just as the destructive power was about to completely explode, Lin Muyu suddenly retracted his power. Instantly, the distortion of space disappeared. Waves of battle energy scattered in all directions, turning into spiritual power that seeped into the ground. The power of human cultivation came from the earth and the stars. After the power exploded, it naturally returned to the earth and the stars. At this moment, the people in the Eagle's Nest camp with slightly higher cultivation were all startled. Wei Chou, Xiahou Sang, and the others all climbed out of their barracks. They were all stunned. What happened? Such a strong wave of power just now. Even though these people did not know the spirit pulse technique, which was a secret art to cultivate the spirit, they were still disturbed by the wave of the fourth star's power. At this moment, a voice came from outside as someone rode up the mountain. I am reporting to the commander about the latest mission from the Zetian Palace. My lord, please wait for a moment. I will report to the commander now. Thank you very much. Lin Muyu had already put on her armor and left the room. She said, what is it? The messenger was a dragon guard and recognized Lin Muyu. He immediately saluted and said respectfully, Commander Lin Muyu, this is the latest hunting mission from the Zetian Palace. It is all recorded on this scroll. Yes, I have brought it. Thank you. You are welcome. At this moment, Wei Chou, Xiahou Sang, and the others also gathered around. Wei Chou asked, My lord, what new mission is this? Lin Muyu unfurled the scroll. There were lines of words clearly written on it. 1 light-type spirit stone of over 6,000 years old, 20 leopard skin, 1 set of long hair ivory of over 3,000 years old. Lin Muyu took a deep breath and said, we need light-type spirit stones of over 6,000 years old. This is a bit difficult. My lord, may I ask if these missions were issued by His Majesty? The dragon guard shook his head. No, His Majesty is already asleep. These missions were issued by Master Che Cheong of the Zetian Palace. If it was His Majesty, he would not have issued such a difficult mission to the Eagle's Nest camp in the days leading up to the sword duel tournament. A light-type spirit stone of 6,000 years old, humph. The dragon-seeking forest is already sealed by snow. Where can we find it? As he said this, he raised his eyebrows and said, Commander, how about? I ask Master Qinlei to speak to His Majesty and dismiss this mission. No need. Lin Muyu waved her hand and said, there are still 5 days until the sword duel tournament. Perhaps there is enough time. Since it is a mission issued by the Zetian Palace's supervisor, the Eagle's Nest Camp will do their best to complete it. However, I would like to ask, I have already handed over the 6,200 years old light-type spirit stone for Her Highness Yin's cultivation last time. Why do I need it again this time? Logically speaking, with Xiao Yin's current cultivation, she does not need spirit stones at all. Even if she used them, she would not be able to absorb too much spiritual energy. The dragon guard took a deep breath. This spirit stone is not for refining, but for forging weapons. Forging weapons? Lin Muyu was startled and said, what does that mean? The dragon guard cupped his fists and said, Commander, you may not know, but the Zetian Palace has gathered heroes from all over the world. A few days ago, they invited the most outstanding weapon forging master in the Heaven's Pivot Province, Yuqi Yan, to enter the Zetian Palace. His Majesty intends to forge a light-type longsword for Her Highness Yin. This Yuqi Yan promised that as long as he can find light-type spirit stones that are above 6,000 years old, he will be able to forge a sharp sword that is at least profound grade rank 4 and offer it to Her Highness Yin. For this, His Majesty has already rewarded him with 10,000 Jinin coins. So that's how it is. Lin Muyu smiled in relief and said, since it is a mission from the Zetian Palace, the Eagle's Nest Camp will do their best to complete it. Help me bring flowers to Supervisor Che Qiong. The Eagle's Nest Camp will complete the mission on time. There is no time limit, and the commander does not need to go. Or, it won't be too late to go after the sword duel tournament. And, I have my own plans. Many thanks. You're welcome. Then this subordinate will take his leave. Alright, forgive me for not sending you off. Watching the dragon guard ride off into the night, Wei Chou immediately revealed an angry expression and said, this is ridiculous, this is too much. Does that old man Che Qiong really think that the Eagle's Nest Camp is a beast that he can order around at will? He said he wants it, but didn't he think about how strong a light-type spirit beast above 6,000 years old is? Even if the dragon guard went to hunt it, it would take several people to kill it, not to mention the Eagle's Nest Camp. Motherf *Ker, this is too much, too much. Xiahou Sang also said, that's right, Commander, why don't we report this matter to His Majesty and impeach Che Qiong for abusing his power? There's no need. Lin Muyu raised her hand and said, if His Majesty finds out about this matter, he will only think that the Eagle's Nest Camp is useless. Since Che Qiong has made things difficult, then we will complete our task. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow morning, Wei Chou, Xiahou Sang, the two of you will pick 2 capable experts from the Eagle's Nest Camp. The 5 of us will set off with light equipment. We must find a suitable spirit beast within 2 days. You know the dragon-seeking forest better. Tell me, where else can we find a light-type spirit beast above 6,000 years old? Wei Chou frowned and said, Milord, this matter is indeed too difficult. Not to mention the fact that light attributes spirit beasts that are over 6,000 years old are hibernating, it's at least 5 days' journey away from us. Xiahou Sang was silent for a while, then said with a frown, actually, that is not the case. Oh, what method does Milord Xiahou Sang have? Lin Muyu asked with a smile. Xiahou Sang said, when I was young, I used to hunt in the dragon-seeking forest with my father. At that time, the dragon-seeking forest had not been designated as a forbidden area by the Imperial Army. I remember that in the southeastern corner of the dragon-seeking forest, near the borders of Heaven's Pivot Province, there is a forest called the Forest of Malicious Ghosts. It is a forbidden area for all hunters, and anyone who enters it will die. However, my father said that there is actually a spirit beast that is at least 7,000 years old in the Forest of Malicious Ghosts. It is just that no one has been able to kill it. That spirit beast has been entrenched in the forest of malicious ghosts for thousands of years, and even the government cannot do anything to it. The forest of malicious ghosts is about 2 days' journey from here. If we don't stop, we should be able to make it in time. Alright, we will set off tomorrow morning. Milord Xiangying will be in charge of the daily affairs of the Eagle's Nest camp. Yes. Chapter 183. The next morning, Lin Muyu and the other 4 woke up early and left in a hurry while the entire Lanyan city was still asleep. They chose 5 of the most handsome horses in the Eagle's Nest camp. It was destined that they would have to spend 4 out of the 5 days on the road. It was impossible for the warhorses to not have the stamina. They entered the dragon-seeking forest at noon and headed southeast. Along the way, they avoided all the spiritual beasts. Fortunately, there was an abandoned official road in the dragon forest, which had been abandoned for decades. It was originally a shortcut from the imperial capital to Tianshu province, but after the dragon forest was blocked by the imperial capital's troops, it was abandoned. Thanks to this road, otherwise, if they walked on the mountain road, they might not be able to reach it even after 5 days and 5 nights. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Muyu and the others had already entered the depths of the dragon-seeking forest. They only slept for 4 hours every night and fed the horses. They spent the rest of the time on the road, and all of them looked exhausted. Damn, what a pity. If we had the time, we would have killed that 2,900-year-old cloud leopard, Xiahou Sang said bitterly. The cloud leopard's fur is very precious. It is said that a complete cloud leopard's fur can be sold for more than 5,000 jin coins in the capital. What a pity. Lin Muyu smiled as she galloped on the horse. Look at how poor you are. Don't worry, if we successfully complete the mission this time, I will ask His Majesty to increase the salary of the Eagle Nest camp. At the very least, the soldiers who go on a mission should be rewarded. Otherwise, their enthusiasm will be too low. Xiahou Sang smiled gladly. The commander is wise. You should have done this a long time ago. When Lord Meng Fong was the commander, he only thought about his own promotion and was cautious in his actions. He never thought about fighting for a raise in salary for his brothers. Wei Chou could not help but laugh. Lord Xiahou, we are the Imperial Guards. We can't always think about jin coins. When Lord Meng Fong was the commander, he only thought about getting promoted and was cautious. He never thought about fighting for a raise for his brothers. Wei Chou is right. The Jinin coin has a magical power. It will make people sink deeper and deeper until they reach a point where they are unable to extricate themselves. Then, everything will be over, a certain someone said as he wondered if he had already reached the point where he could no longer extricate himself. Wei Chou respectfully replied, what the commander said is extremely true. Wealth is merely a worldly possession. It is still the commander who sees things clearly. This subordinate is filled with admiration. Lin Muyu smiled proudly, but Wei Chou and Xiahou Sang didn't know that his cosmos sack was filled with 760,000 Jinin coins, which was equivalent to diamond coins. After running for a while longer, the road ahead started to blur. It was covered by wild grass, and it was almost impossible to see clearly. Lin Muyu unfurled the scroll and frowned. Are we already very close to the forest of malicious spirits? Xiahou Sang, you know better. Come take a look. Xiahou Sang took the map and glanced at it. He grinned and said, Sir, we're lost. Lin Muyu was speechless. A million curses ran through her mind, but she maintained a smile on her face. Then, please lead the way, Sir Xiahou. If we can't find the forest of malicious spirits tonight, I promise I won't beat you to death. Xiahou Sang shuddered. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely find the forest of malicious spirits with my childhood memories. Very soon, they left the main road under Xiahou Sang's lead. The group rode through the thistles and thorns in the dense forest. This place was indeed deserted. No one had come here for at least a decade. The sun was about to set, and it was going to be night soon. If they couldn't find a dry and safe place to set up camp, they would probably be surrounded and attacked by many swift wolves. The swift wolves were the most frequent spiritual beasts in the dragon-seeking forest. They were also the most cohesive spiritual beasts. Furthermore, the deeper into the forest, the stronger the swift wolves. Currently, the spiritual beasts that Lin Muyu and the rest were at were all between 3000 to 5000 years old. The pack of swift wolves here was enough to fight against a 5000 years old spiritual beast. They might even be able to kill a 5000 years old spiritual beast. This was the balance of nature. Wei Chou took out a torch from the back of his horse. He dipped it in black beech oil and lit it up, illuminating the path ahead. Another royal guard opened up the path in front. This was a fierce general who wielded a long blade. He swung his long blade that weighed 50 kilograms in an airtight manner, cutting through the branches and vines. He roared angrily as he opened up the path. Lin Muyu followed closely behind. She slowly extended her spirit pulse technique. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes and said, "Be careful ahead." "What's wrong, sir?" "There aren't any spirit beasts." Wei Chou said in surprise. "No, there are. They're just hidden underground. Be careful." "Yes." Xiahou Sang also lit a torch and urged his horse forward. Suddenly, a hissing sound came from beneath the ground. The next moment, with a snap, a blood-red vine with thorns broke out of the ground and quickly wrapped around Xiahou Sang and his horse. The thorns quickly pierced into his armor. Fortunately, Xiahou Sang's true qi was in his armor and he was not injured. He suddenly pulled out his saber and chopped the vine into pieces. He angrily shouted, "What the hell is this?" "Be careful," Lin Muyu said indifferently. Pfft! Another blood-red vine drilled out of the ground and stabbed at Wei Chou like a spear. This attack was not weak. Lin Muyu flipped off the horse and galloped forward. She raised one hand and the wall of the gourd blocked in front of Wei Chou. With a "dang," the vine was shattered into pieces. At the same time, she extended her spirit pulse technique to the surroundings to capture the location of the spirit power. With a low shout, the green gourd martial spirit appeared and the gourd vines drilled into the ground. Woo! Finally, the sneak attacker dug through the soil and came out of the ground. It was a wolf-type wild beast with red leaves all over its body. It looked very demonic as it wagged its tail. That tail didn't look like a normal wolf's tail. Instead, it looked like a vine with blood-colored juice flowing out of it. This was a spirit beast with both plant and wild beast characteristics. Wei Chou squinted and said, "It's a blood-thorn vine wolf, a 4,700-year-old blood-thorn vine wolf. Hee, it actually came to us. It's really courting death." Lin Muyu said, "I will attract its attention." "Wei Chou, you kill it." "Yes, master." Without saying a word, Lin Muyu leaped into the air and unsheathed the dragon spirit sword on her back. Under the guidance of bolts of lightning, she turned the sword around and slashed at the blood-thorn vine wolf. Roar! The blood-thorn vine wolf opened its bloody mouth and roared. There was not a tongue in its mouth, but a very disgusting plant feeler. This wolf looked like a creature from another dimension. So disgusting. Voila! Blood-red vines stretched out from the ground, intending to block Lin Muyu's attack. There were actually scales and thorns on the vines. It seemed to be a defensive skill of the blood-thorn vine wolf. However, the dragon spirit sword was a 4th-tier saint rank sword. How sharp was it? Kacha! Directly cutting the vines, Lin Muyu's demonic sound fist landed on the blood-thorn vine wolf's head. Woo! The blood-thorn vine wolf was instantly stunned. It shook its head and retreated a few steps. At this time, Wei Chou pulled the demon-devouring bow from afar. So! An arrow flew out and directly hit the blood-thorn vine wolf's neck. Like plant juice, fresh blood gushed out. The blood-thorn vine wolf howled again and actually did not dare to fight anymore. It turned around and burrowed into the hole underground, digging quickly. It ran away. Wei Chou urged his horse forward, a helpless expression on his face. This kind of bloodthorn vine wolf uses vines to dig the ground. It is indeed a bit difficult to kill. Damn, it is my fault that I did not directly hit its head. Lin Muyu's eyes were cold. It's fine. Follow it, it won't go far. Oh. Wei Chou was stunned. Does Milady know the specific location of the bloodthorn vine wolf? Just follow me. Yes. It was time to show off her talent. The spirit pulse technique allowed Lin Muyu to firmly lock onto the position of the bloodthorn vine wolf. Everyone jumped onto their horses and galloped forward with Lin Muyu. The speed at which the bloodthorn vine wolves fled was not just fast, it was almost as fast as a warhorse. Lin Muyu walked in front and lightly opened her hand towards a pile of shrubs. Chaos of the common life. In an instant, the ground in a radius of tens of meters was enshrouded by the chaos of the common life. In the blink of an eye, a violent aura was emitted from the chaos of the common life. With a hua-la sound, the thorny shrubs were razed to the ground. Heavens, Wei Chou, Xiahou sang, and the others were dumbfounded, but they did not say anything. They could only secretly rejoice that they were not Lin Muyu's enemy. Having such an enemy was really a misfortune in life. The bloodthorn vine wolf continued to run underground, bringing Lin Muyu and the others with it for close to 20 minutes. Suddenly, Lin Muyu raised her hand and said, "All right, stop chasing." "What's wrong, milady?" "This bloodthorn vine wolf's spirit stone and beast soul are all treasures." Wei Chou asked doubtfully. Lin Muyu shook her head and said, "No, it's not good to lose your life for treasures. Dismount and don't make any noise. Follow me to take a look. I can feel a power even stronger than the bloodthorn vine wolf. It's not far ahead." "Yes." Everyone solemnly followed Lin Muyu on foot. In front of them was a small hill. Lin Muyu quietly hid at the top of the hill and looked over. Under the moonlight, the bloodthorn vine wolf seemed to be blocked by something. It let out a miserable howl and broke out of the ground. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning exploded in the sky. Immediately after, a fierce beast rushed out from the side of the snow. It jumped into the air and opened its mouth to bite the bloodthorn vine wolf's head. "Ao ao," the bloodthorn vine wolf howled in pain, but it could not struggle. Its head was crushed with a loud crack. Under the moonlight, the appearance of the ambusher appeared in front of Lin Muyu and the others. It was a huge beast covered in scales. At this moment, it was greedily chewing on the bloodthorn vine wolf's head with relish. "It's a thunder umbrella dragon," Wei Chou was dumbfounded. "This is a 6,500-year-old thunder umbrella dragon. It's the only one among the umbrella dragons that has the light attribute, is that so?" Lin Muyu raised her arm and slowly pulled out the dragon's spirit sword. She smiled and said, "Wei Chou, do you know what the thunder umbrella dragon's weakness is? It's time for you to show your strength. We'll launch a sneak attack. As long as you shoot an arrow from the demon-devouring bow into the thunder umbrella dragon's body, it will be poisoned. After that, it will naturally be much easier to deal with." "Yes, let me try." Chapter 184. Wei Chou reached out and deftly took out the demon-devouring bow from his waist. He slowly drew the bowstring, and spiritual energy instantly condensed into an arrow of light. Wei Chou pointed it at the lightning umbrella dragon's neck with a serious expression. At this time, the lightning umbrella dragon had finished eating the bloodthorn vine wolf's head. It immediately bit down on its neck and dragged it back. It was also at this time that the lightning umbrella dragon revealed a weak spot on its neck. There, a few scales had been torn off by something, revealing a scar. This was the chance Wei Chou had been waiting for. Whoosh! The arrow burst forth in the cold wind. By the time the lightning umbrella dragon heard the sound of the wind, it was already too late. It howled in pain as the arrow hit its neck. Wei Chou's arrow had just hit the umbrella dragon's wound. Lin Muyu cheered inwardly. The cold wind at night was very cold, and the wind changed direction very frequently. The hill was almost 150 meters away from the lightning umbrella dragon, and Wei Chao's arrow had actually hit its target from such a distance. Wei Chao's arm strength and eyesight were definitely among the best in the entire royal guard. This ability alone was enough to earn him a place in the royal guard. At this time, the lightning umbrella dragon roared angrily. It put down the vine wolf's corpse and rushed up the hill. It looked like it couldn't restrain its anger. Unfortunately, its movements were a little sluggish, and the poison from the demon-devouring bough was quickly spreading through its neck. Go! Lin Muyu let out a low roar and rushed down the hill with the dragon spirit sword in hand. Her martial soul shone brightly, and the gourd walls were successfully activated. After the gourd walls blocked the umbrella dragon's attack with a clang, the dragon spirit sword quickly swept across and directly chopped the scales on the umbrella dragon's neck. Crack! A holy grade weapon was different from a mysterious grade weapon. The sword directly cut through the scales on the umbrella dragon's neck, cutting in by almost 5 centimeters. Blood instantly flowed out. Roar! The umbrella dragon roared and suddenly raised its head. Suddenly, bolts of purple lightning condensed in the surroundings, forcing Xiahou Sang and the others to retreat. Their white battle robes were almost charred black. Only Lin Muyu alone could withstand the lightning attack. Her battle boots stepped on the ground, and she endured the numbing feeling of the lightning all over her body. The dragon spirit sword slashed at the lightning umbrella dragon's head for the second time. Crack! The pseudo-dragon's scales were shattered. How could it withstand such a fierce attack? Its head was already bleeding. It roared and raised its sharp claws, landing directly on Lin Muyu's waist. The moment the dragon's scale wall shattered, Lin Muyu felt a dull pain in her waist. A large piece of the Holy Palace armor had been torn apart, but her body did not suffer much damage. She did not expect the Thunder Umbrella Dragon to be able to counterattack after suffering such a heavy injury. Stealing her heart, Lin Muyu's wrist was filled with demonic energy as she directly injected the second element's profound energy into the longsword. With a low roar, she pressed the dragon spirit sword against the umbrella dragon's head and pushed it straight in. Crack! The sharp blade penetrated the spirit beast's head. Demonic energy danced wildly. The Thunder Umbrella Dragon could not withstand it anymore. It cried out in pain and fell to the ground, its body twitching. Lightning continued to flash around it. Xiahou Sang, Wei Chou, and the others did not have the courage to step forward. Phew! Lin Muyu heaved a sigh of relief. Holding the long sword, she smiled and said, "Luckily, Wei Chao's arrow injured the umbrella dragon first. Otherwise, we would not have been able to kill it so easily." Wei Chou looked at the snowy ground that had been scorched by the lightning and said, "My lord, your green gourd's defense is stronger. That's why we were able to defeat it. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have all been burned to ashes by the lightning." Xiahou Sang nodded in agreement. Lin Muyu did not listen to the praise. He dug out the Thunder Umbrella Dragon's spirit stone. A 6,500-year-old light spirit stone was exactly what he needed. "My lord, we can return to Lanyan City now." Wei Chou smiled smugly and said, "I didn't think it would be so smooth." Zetian Palace's supervisor Che Cheong made things difficult for us. He probably didn't think that we would be able to complete his almost impossible mission so quickly, right? No. Lin Muyu shook her head and said, "We can't leave yet." Why? Wei Chou and Xiahou Sang were both stunned. Because there must be another Thunder Umbrella Dragon. Lin Muyu said with certainty, "Just now, this Thunder Umbrella Dragon could have eaten this Rattan wolf here, but it dragged this Thunder Umbrella Dragon back. This means that it needed to feed the other Umbrella Dragon. Also, this Umbrella Dragon's neck is injured. It's obvious that an even stronger spirit beast fought it. This means that the other Umbrella Dragon is already heavily injured. Otherwise, it would have come out to look for food. Since this is the case, we need to continue searching here. Since we're already here, let's maximize the benefits." Wei Chou was dumbfounded. It's just as Commander Qin Lei said. The commander is a genius who is skilled in both the pen and the sword. Xiahou sang, and I would never have thought of such a deduction. Xiahou sang chuckled and used a dagger to take out the spirit stone from the rattan wolf's skull in the thunder umbrella dragon's stomach. He smiled and said, I only know that spirit stones can be sold for money. That's enough. Lin Muyu nodded and said, let's go and find the umbrella dragon's nest. It shouldn't be far. We just need to follow its footprints. Yes. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moonlight fell on the snowy ground, creating a dazzling white. Lin Muyu and the rest followed the umbrella dragon's footprints. After about half an hour, they finally found that the footprints extended all the way to a cave under a mountain. They could smell an abnormal stench from afar. There were even some bones piled up outside the cave. Some of them belonged to humans, but the bones were black and had moss on them. They must have been there for a long time. Wei Chou frowned and said, maybe the umbrella dragon in this cave is more powerful. Not necessarily. Lin Muyu said lightly, if the umbrella dragon in the cave is more powerful, it should have come out to look for food. Milord, let me go first. Xiahou sang said with cupped fists. He was probably worried that something would happen to Lin Muyu, so he let his subordinate go first. However, Lin Muyu shook her head and did not say anything. Instead, she walked in with her sword. The stench became even stronger. As they went down the cave, the snow melted and formed a small canal that flowed into the cave. As a result, Lin Muyu's steps were very slippery. She could faintly hear a low growl when she was about 10 meters into the cave. Lin Muyu raised her dragon spirit sword. Immediately, the saint-grade sword burst into flames and illuminated everything around it. At the end of the cave, there was some dry grass and tree branches. An even larger umbrella dragon was entrenched inside. Its neck was a mess of blood and flesh. It was indeed injured, to the extent that it did not even have the strength to move. All it could do was open its eyes and growl at Lin Muyu. Ah! Wei Chou was shocked the moment he stepped into the cave. Milord, this is a female dragon. The mother of the umbrella dragon from before should be like this. Also, this is a 10,000-year-old umbrella dragon that failed its tribulation. Lin Muyu also saw that there were a total of 9 distinct golden lines on the female dragon's head. As for the 10th, it was a little dim and scattered. It was as if the process of condensing was suddenly interrupted. Needless to say, this female dragon must have been attacked in the process of transforming into a true dragon. That was why she ended up in such a miserable state. She's injured. Her dragon essence is leaking. Xiahou sang suddenly pulled out his steel sword and said, Milord, let's finish off this 10,000-year-old thunder umbrella dragon immediately. Since we've already killed its son, let's go all the way. Lin Muyu knew that there was no need to be soft-hearted at this time. She nodded and said, let's give her a clean death. Don't worry, milord. Xiahou sang suddenly leaped forward and stepped on the female dragon's head. He raised his sword with both hands and stabbed the wound on the female dragon's neck. Pfft! Blood splattered everywhere. The 10,000-year-old umbrella dragon raised its head and howled in pain. However, it could not fight back at all. Xiahou sang turned the hilt of his sword and cut off the female dragon's neck. In the blink of an eye, the umbrella dragon's head drooped. It was dead. A wild beast spirit flashing with lightning appeared in the air. It's a 10,000-year-old wild beast spirit. Wei Chou smiled and said, Commander, aren't you already close to the peak of the first heaven of the heavenly realm? Why don't you try to refine this umbrella dragon's wild beast spirit? A fresh 10,000-year-old spirit beast's wild beast spirit is too precious. It's not a treasure that you can come across just because you want to. Lin Muyu nodded. After so many days of cultivation, he could indeed feel the fighting aura in his body filling up day by day. He was almost at the point of saturation. Almost every day, he had a premonition that he was about to break through his limits. He just hadn't had the opportunity to do so. This was a good opportunity. The umbrella dragon's element was light, but it also had the power of thunder and lightning. Lin Muyu cultivated in a very mixed set of laws, so he didn't care what kind of wild beast spirit it was. Xiahou Sang swung his saber at the umbrella dragon's head in an attempt to extract the spirit stones, but he couldn't cut through it. He shook his head helplessly and said, "My saber is only of fine quality." "My lord, why don't you use your sword to extract the spirit stones?" Lin Muyu couldn't help but smile. He swung his sword and immediately broke the umbrella dragon's head. He took out a fresh 10,000-year-old light spirit stone and put it in his cosmos sack. Then, he propped the dragon's spirit sword on the ground and began to release his martial soul to refine the wild beast spirit. At the same time, he ordered, "The few of you guard me outside the cave. Be careful, there may be other spirit beasts here." "Yes, my lord, don't worry and cultivate." The six-tiered green gourd emitted a hissing sound as it greedily absorbed and refined the wild beast spirit. Lin Muyu felt an extremely empty feeling in his chi, as if no amount of spiritual power was enough to fill it. This was a sign that he was about to break through. He was secretly delighted and quickly released the refining cauldron to assist in the refinement. This way, he could finish it faster. After all, this place was simply too dangerous. Chapter 185. There were two sources of power for a cultivator. One was the EC, which provided a steady stream of spiritual energy for the cultivator. There was an ancient saying that the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical forms originated from the EC. This was because the heaven soul, earth soul, and life soul dominated the human soul, while the Tianchong, spiritual wisdom, qi, strength, core, essence, and heroism formed the human soul. The cultivation of the spirit pulse technique started with the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical forms, strengthening and refining them one by one. This made Lin Muyu's soul far stronger than cultivators of the same level, and her spiritual sense was naturally much more sensitive. The other source of power was the qi si. The human qi came from the earth, the starry sky, the ocean, and the spirits. These powers gathered in the dantian and formed a qi si. The cultivators of the Shattered Cauldron realm had a stronger desire to strengthen the qi si than the EC. Zhang Wei, Wei Chou, and Xiang Yu could be found everywhere because the qi si was the most direct source of power. At this moment, Lin Muyu felt that her qi si was completely empty, as if all her fighting energy had been absorbed by the gourd martial soul. The indigo gourd surrounded her body and rotated slowly. Not only did it crazily absorb the beast spirit of the umbrella dragon, but it also seemed to absorb Lin Muyu's fighting energy. "What's wrong with this gourd?" Lin Muyu furrowed her brows, feeling that something was amiss. After an unknown amount of time, when the beast spirit of the lightning umbrella dragon was almost completely refined, a ray of light suddenly shone through the rocks and fell on the gourd. At the same time, the indigo gourd trembled slightly and wisps of golden light seeped out of the gourd like golden threads. In the blink of an eye, the green gourd martial soul had completely turned pale gold. Roar! In the treasure refining cauldron, the last wisp of the lightning umbrella dragon's beast spirit was still roaring and raging, trying to break out of the treasure refining cauldron. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could not succeed. The treasure refining cauldron had completely become a sealed space. When Lin Muyu gathered endless heavenly fire and continued to refine and burn it for 5 minutes, the wisp of beast spirit finally turned into rays of golden light and slowly seeped into the gourd. Buzz! The gourd let out a sharp whistling sound and trembled slightly. The outer walls of the gourd started to peel off, revealing the new gourd inside. It had become a completely golden gourd. At the same time, Lin Muyu was overjoyed. The gourd had leveled up, which meant that he had broken through the first level of the heaven realm. Finally, after being in the first echelon of heaven realm for a long time, he completed his breakthrough and finally caught up to Feng Jixing, Qin Lei, Chu Huayin, and the others. Lulu chuckled and said, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, big brother." "Thank you, Lulu." Lin Muyu smiled slightly. At the same time, she felt that the golden gourd was returning a powerful and boundless fighting aura to her. This was far more vast and pure than the fighting aura that she had absorbed before. At the same time, a milky white fighting aura slowly flowed on the surface of her body, condensing into a rugged armor-like defensive layer on the surface of her skin. Battle Chi Armor. Finally, he also had the ability to transform fighting aura into armor. With the defense of the martial soul's gourd, Lin Muyu could be said to be a moving steel fortress. Unless one was absolutely above him, they would not be able to penetrate his defense. Lulu chuckled and said, "Big brother, the Thunder Umbrella Dragon's skill has also been refined. It's an offensive skill. Let's call it First Light of Dawn. This kind of power can be condensed in your attack, and it can also be released instantly to produce a dazzling light that pierces your opponent's eyes. It depends on how you use it." Yes. Lin Muyu smiled slightly. The 7 energy planes of the Golden Gourd contained the power of First Light of Dawn. He opened his palm and exerted force lightly. Buzz, buzz, fighting aura flowed, and under the catalysis of the martial soul, it condensed into a golden light of dawn that lingered between her 5 fingers. It even flowed along her 5 fingers into the Dragon Soul Sword. Immediately, the Dragon Soul Sword let out a sword cry, as if it was extremely happy because of this tyrannical light attribute power. Perhaps, the sword that Lin Muyu slashed out now would definitely be different from before. At this moment, Xiahou Sang walked in from outside the cave. At one glance, he saw that Lin Muyu's green gourd had turned into a golden gourd, and the surface of the gourd was rapidly peeling off. Immediately, Xiahou Sang happily cupped his fists and congratulated him. "Congratulations, sir. Your gourd has been upgraded. It is no longer a level 10 green gourd." "Oh." Lin Muyu was stunned. "What do you mean?" "I only know that the green gourd has been upgraded to the 7th level, but I don't know what other upgrades there are." Xiahou Sang explained, "Sir, you may not know this, but martial souls are not the same. Some people's martial souls are born with very low grades, but after some fortuitous encounters or arduous cultivation, their level 8 martial soul can also be upgraded to level 7. I believe that Sir's green gourd has now turned golden, so it should no longer be level 10. Perhaps when Sir returns to Lanyan City, you can let Great Deacon Lei Hong take a look at it. He will be able to determine the grade of your martial soul at a glance." "Hey, that's great." The level 10 martial soul had always been Lin Muyu's sore spot. After all, as an all-powerful figure, it was not right for her to have the lowest grade of martial soul. Now that Xiahou Sang had said this, it seemed that her counterattack was a foregone conclusion. Xiahou Sang said again, "Sir, it's almost dawn. Let's go back. If we continue to delay, I'm afraid Sir will not be able to make it to the Sword Duel Conference." "It's already dawn." Lin Muyu was a little confused. She did not expect that she had refined it for so long. It must have taken a lot of time to upgrade the martial soul gourd. She nodded and said, "Yes, let's go back." The moment they stepped out of the cave, Wei Chou and the other 2 were all trembling outside. They had not slept for a night, and their complexions were not very good. However, there was nothing they could do. This was fate. The people of the Eagle Nest camp were destined to have a much harder time than the Dragon Guards and the Tiger Guards. Wei Chou immediately saw that the characteristics of Lin Muyu's strength were completely different. He immediately smiled and said, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, sir." Lin Muyu nodded and said, "Thank you." The other Imperial Guard called Han Shao had a look of shock on his face and said, "Commander has also stepped into the second heaven of the Heaven Realm?" "Yes, let's go. Let's return to the Eagle Nest camp as soon as possible." "Yes." Everyone left the cave together. The warhorses were tied up not far away. After feeding them some fodder, they urged them on their way back. Fortunately, these warhorses were good horses, or they would not have been able to withstand such torment. However, after this trip, these 5 warhorses would probably lose a few kilograms. This was the dream of many girls. Lin Muyu sat on her horse, resting with her eyes closed. The warhorse followed Wei Chou's horse forward. However, Lin Muyu always felt a little uneasy in her heart, as if something was spying on them. However, when the spirit meridian art spread out, there was no other powerful force in a radius of several li apart from them. This uneasy feeling was very puzzling. Slowly raising her hand, she unsheathed the long sword on her back and hung it on her waist so that she could draw it at any time. Lin Muyu's eyes were cold as she said, "Everyone, be careful. It's not safe here." Everyone nodded. Xiahou Sang raised his warblade and said, "Don't worry, sir. We will step onto the main road in 10 minutes. At that time, the warhorses will gallop, and ordinary spirit beasts will not be able to catch up to us. Furthermore, Sir has already stepped into the second heaven of the heaven realm, becoming a heavenly king powerhouse. Ordinary spirit beasts will avoid us." "Is that so?" Lin Muyu frowned and said, "We still need to be careful." "Yes, I know." Wei Chou also drew his longbow from his back, hanging it at his waist. At the same time, he placed his other hand beside his quiver, ready to strike at any time. Lin Muyu closed his eyes, and the spirit meridian art spread out once more, searching carefully. At the same time, he pricked up his ears, listening carefully to all the sounds around him. The sound of horse hooves in the snow, the clanking of armor, and the sound of cloaks fluttering in the cold wind. Other than that, there seemed to be no other sound. However, at that moment, Lin Muyu suddenly furrowed his brow in alarm. He could clearly hear something strange amidst the sounds. It was a rustling sound, like the sound of a beast's claws landing on the snow. However, when he opened his eyes and looked around, he could not see a single beast. What is going on? Lin Muyu clenched his teeth, and even began to doubt the spirit meridian art's spiritual sense. Where did this strange sound come from? Suddenly, his gaze fell to the back, and he saw a beast's palm print appearing on the snow with a rustling sound. However, he could not see the beast's figure. However, Lin Muyu had already confirmed that there was something following his group. His spiritual sense was not wrong, and his ominous premonition was not wrong either. "Be careful behind you." Lin Muyu suddenly turned around, raised his hand to pull out the dragon spirit sword, and rushed in the opposite direction. The person at the back of the group was the royal guard, Han Xiao, who had the strength of a level 54 battle saint. He turned around in astonishment, looked at the snow behind him, and said, "My lord, there's nothing." "Han Xiao, be careful." Lin Muyu shouted loudly. Right at this moment, the scene in the air suddenly distorted. Amidst the roar of a wild beast, the figure of a scarlet beast suddenly appeared in the air in front of Han Xiao. Its body was covered in fur, and its sharp claws swept past. Puchi! Han Xiao, who was on the warhorse, suddenly sank. The armor from his neck to his lower abdomen shattered, as if it was slashed by a long knife. His entire body was instantly divided into two halves, and his internal organs and blood gushed out of the ground. Even the warhorse's bones were broken by the beast's claws. With a wail, it fell to the ground together with Han Xiao's corpse. "God damn it," Lin Muyu's voice trembled. His anger and unwillingness made his body tremble uncontrollably. Han Xiao died instantly, and the scene of his death was extremely tragic. What kind of spirit beast was this? Chapter 186. Roar roar, this crimson-furred spirit beast resembled a lion, but it wasn't one. Its head resembled that of a dragon, and its claws were extremely powerful. The spikes on its claws were close to 10 centimeters long, which was why it was able to dismember Han Xiao with a single strike. Seeing that Lin Muyu was charging toward it, the beast let out an enraged roar and pounced toward her. Roar! It leaped into the air and unleashed the same attack, swiping its sharp claws toward Lin Muyu's neck. However, Lin Muyu wasn't Han Xiao. She had a total of 4 layers of defense: black tortoise shell, dragon scale wall, azure rock armor, and battle armor. The beast's claws quickly landed on the black tortoise shell, and it instantly shattered with a resounding thump. However, Lin Muyu didn't miss such a golden opportunity. She raised her sword with both hands and swept it horizontally, the blade of her sword imbued with the power of true dragon essence flame and first light of dawn. Splat! the dragon spirit sword only managed to leave 2 gashes on the beast's front legs. Golden blood continued to drip onto the snow like scorching lava, quickly melting away all the snow within a meter of it. Roar roar, the beast let loose another enraged roar and stomped its hind legs into the ground, leaping up like lightning again. This time, it actually split its claws into 2 and tore apart the dragon's scale wall and azure rock armor. It then opened its mouth and bit down toward Lin Muyu's neck. It was simply too powerful for Lin Muyu to take on, and she was forced to use her falling star steps to roll down the snow. Slap! The beast bit down on the ground, but it didn't even turn around. Instead, it swept its tail through the air like an iron whip, and there was no way Lin Muyu could evade it. She let out a muffled groan as the whip struck her back, and she immediately felt a scorching pain. This beast could almost break through the defenses of her battle armor with just its tail. Thankfully, she was wearing her battle armor. Otherwise, that attack would have definitely fractured Lin Muyu's spine, and she would have been in deep trouble. Save the Lord, hurry up! Xiahou Sang charged over with his steel saber. Lin Muyu rolled away, but she raised her hand and used her calabash vines to entangle the beast. Huge clumps of calabash vines broke through the ground and bound the beast tightly. At the same time, she shouted, Xiahou Sang, retreat. No one is allowed to go forward. Wei Chou, shoot its eyes. Yes. Wei Chou did not dare to rashly release the arrow. He tightened the bowstring, still waiting for the right opportunity. At this time, Lin Muyu also hastily and forcibly condensed the black tortoise shell and dragon scale wall. However, because it was the second time, their strength was far less than before. The dragon spirit sword suddenly flew out, and with the spiraling piercing power of the true dragon essence fire, it directly smashed into the mad beast's abdomen. That should also be its weak point, right? Pang! With a loud explosion, the dragon spirit sword did not disappoint. It drilled a hole in the mad beast's abdomen, and golden blood spurted out. However, before the wound could be torn open, the mad beast raised its head and roared angrily. A powerful shockwave appeared, directly repelling the dragon's spirit sword. At the same time, it also shattered the calabash vines. Lin Muyu opened her hand and controlled the dragon's spirit sword from afar. At the same time, her left hand reached out and took out the demonic noise saber. Do Qi swirled around her as she slashed out. Roar! The mad beast did not show any mercy. It directly used its scalp to block the demonic noise saber. With a dang sound, the demonic noise saber was blasted away. However, only some skin on the top of its head was sliced open. Its head was really hard. Seeing the mad beast charging at her, Lin Muyu did not retreat. She suddenly pulled back her right hand, her face full of anger. The surrounding space instantly distorted, and numerous celestial constellations appeared on the snowy ground. In response to Lin Muyu's summon, they all attached themselves to the power of her fist. She directly punched out at the mad beast. For Luminary's demon cry. Boom! A shockwave of Doqi instantly exploded, causing the snow within a radius of several tens of meters to fly into the air. Lin Muyu was actually forced to retreat, and her entire right arm was numb. However, this mad beast was actually only injured after receiving the power of the fourth luminaries. It slightly bent its body, and once again soared into the sky. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Muyu's neck. She could not let her neck be bitten, or she would die without a doubt. After using the fourth luminaries, Lin Muyu's body was already suffering from the backlash of the seven luminaries' profound energy. How could she dodge? She could only turn her body in an instant, and the mad beast's bite landed on her shoulder. With a poochie sound, those sharp teeth bit through her shoulder armor, and fresh blood spurted out. The long teeth slowly pierced into Lin Muyu's flesh, and an intense pain quickly spread throughout her body and soul. Enduring the intense pain, Lin Muyu reached out and grabbed the handle of the dragon spirit sword. From the side, she pressed the dragon spirit sword against the mad beast's abdomen, and with a pu sound, she pushed it in. Moreover, she continued to exert force, and the dragon's spirit sword quickly sank into the spirit beast's body, all the way to the hilt. It was also at this moment, with the pang sound of an arrow leaving the bowstring, the mad beast on Lin Muyu's shoulder suddenly trembled, and immediately let go of Lin Muyu's shoulder. It howled miserably, and an invisible poisonous arrow entered its eyes. It was none other than Wei Chou who had shot this arrow. Roar roar, the mad beast retreated continuously, broke free from the dragon's spirit sword, and quickly ran backwards. When Wei Chou wanted to shoot it again, he discovered that the mad beast had leaped up, and its body glowed with a golden light as it disappeared into the air, leaving only a trail of blood on the snowy ground. Ah, Lin Muyu couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. Her face was ashen as she fell to the snowy ground, and a sharp pain came from her shoulder. Fortunately, the mad beast's mouth wasn't bigger, or else its teeth might have touched her heart. At that time, even a deity wouldn't be able to save her. "Milord." Xiahou Sang hurriedly went forward to support Lin Muyu, but her eyes were looking around, and she shouted, "Be on guard." The other two Imperial Guards' faces were already filled with shock. They had never seen a fight like this before. The most brutal fight between humans and wild beasts couldn't be more brutal than this, right? Lin Muyu trembled as she took out 2 bottles of healing medicine, and quickly poured them on her wounds. At the same time, she took off her shoulder armor, and said with a pale face, "What the hell is this thing? I've never seen it before." In fact, Lin Muyu had been conquering for so many years, but she had never seen this kind of monster on any map. On the other hand, Wei Chou frowned and said, "It's the Heaven Beast, the legendary hunter." Heaven Beast? Xiahou Sang was stunned. Wei Chou nodded, "That's right, I've seen the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. The Heaven Beast is probably one of the species at the top of the food chain, and its status is comparable to that of a real dragon. Its greatest ability is to use the power of light to create a blinding effect, which is what we saw just now. It can turn invisible and hide its breath to launch a sneak attack. Since ancient times, countless peerless masters have died under the sneak attack of the Heaven Beast in the dragon-seeking forest, and many of them were sanctuary powerhouses. Therefore, the Heaven Beast has another name, which is Hunter. "Milord, we've been targeted by the Heaven Beast this time, and the odds are against us." Lin Muyu was stunned, and said, "Didn't it leave with injuries just now?" There was a trace of fear in Wei Chou's eyes as he said, "I'm afraid that's not the case. The Heaven Beast is a natural revenant. As long as it targets its enemy, it will definitely not stop until they die. Even if it's injured, it will definitely come back again. We should leave this place quickly, the further the better. Maybe because of its injuries, it can spare our lives." Lin Muyu also felt that she couldn't fight anymore, so she nodded and said, "Then Han Xiao's corpse, don't worry about it anymore." Wei Chou said lightly, Han Xiao was an imperial guard, and he was ready to sacrifice himself for Zhe Tian Palace at any time. This time, he died in the line of duty, and his soul belongs to his honor. We can't lose our lives just to collect his corpse. That would be an unwise move. Moreover, you are the Emperor's godson, and all the more you can't die in a place like this. Although it's very difficult for us, alright, stop talking. Let's go quickly. Yes. Lin Muyu mounted her horse with difficulty and looked around with an ashen face. The Heaven Beast was a natural hunter, and her spirit pulse technique had already lost its effect under the Heaven Beast's concealment ability. Just as Wei Chou said, staying here and entangling with the Heaven Beast was no different from courting death. She abruptly whipped the warhorse, and it quickly galloped away in the snow. Everyone's mood was extremely heavy. They originally thought they had easily completed their mission, but they didn't expect to be targeted by an evil beast like the Heaven Beast right before they left. It was hard to say whether they would live or die. While running wildly, Wei Chou said, "I saw clearly just now that this Heaven Beast has a lifespan of 13,400 years. It can be said to be a divine beast. We're already very lucky to be able to injure it, so we should go as far as we can, more than 10,000 years. Xiahou Sang was speechless. Wei Chou faintly smiled, the Heaven Beast's predecessor was a moonoccultation beast, a legendary spirit beast that can absorb moonlight. Therefore, wherever there is a moonoccultation beast, there is no moonlight. When a moonoccultation beast cultivates for more than 10,000 years, it will undergo a tribulation transformation and evolve into a heaven beast. According to the Myriad Beast Atlas, heaven beasts are rarely seen in the world. I really don't know if we're lucky or just unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Lin Muyu's mood was heavy, and her expression was solemn. She kept circulating the dragon forging bone remnant scroll to speed up the healing of her injuries. At this time, she had another ominous premonition. He felt that something was staring at them. That's right, he had the same feeling before. It seemed that the power provided by the spirit pulse technique had become an instinct. He could sense that the heaven beast was staring at them, but he didn't know where it was. Perhaps Lin Muyu also had an unshirkable responsibility for Han Xiao's death. At this moment, Lin Muyu felt true fear. He could even feel the heaven beast's contempt and determination toward him. It wanted to devour his soul and flesh. This was the feeling the heaven beast gave him. A few minutes later, Lin Muyu narrowed her eyes, and her entire body suddenly brimmed with a murderous aura. If they didn't kill the heaven beast, how could they face Han Xiao's spirit in heaven?